Chapter 163. After Hongying brought Xiao Xiao to the door, she smiled and said, "This is the tea house. This servant will prepare some tea and snacks. Your Highness, please go in and rest. Eldest young miss will be here soon." Xiao Xiao did not say anything, so Hongying bowed and retreated. Before leaving, she glanced at the carved door before picking up her skirt and leaving. After Hongying left, Xiao Xiao thought for a long time before reaching out to push the door open. As soon as he pushed the door open, the room was filled with a faint sweet fragrance. This fragrance was very light and not strong. When he smelled it, he felt that it was the fragrance of a young girl. It was light and faint, but there was a hint of sweetness that caused an indescribable warmth to rise in his heart. It was not like incense, but like the fragrance of a body. Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows and sat down in front of the table. On the table, there was an exquisite green jade wine pot with 2 or 3 jade cups. In the cup, there was a plate of sparkling and translucent purple grapes, each plump and smooth, like crystal beads. The hospitality here was so thoughtful. Why would there be a need for Lin Lang to prepare some tea and snacks? Not only that, the room was divided into 2 by a jadeite screen. The screen was extremely large, and the jadeite was also verdant. The top was carefully engraved with the 4 beauties, and the women were either dancing or painting poems, all of them vivid and lifelike. Behind the screen, the sound of water rippling could be heard. This sound was extremely soft. If Xiao Xiao had not practiced martial arts and had internal energy, he would not have been able to hear it. Now, it seemed that something had stirred up a shallow splash. The water gently fell, making a charming and gentle sound that caused one's heart to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. Xiao Xiao was unmoved. He only looked down at the pure white jade whistle at his fingertips, not knowing what he was thinking. He remained motionless. Time passed quietly in the room, but he did not see Jiang Ruan arrive. However, at this moment, the splash behind the screen suddenly became bigger, and there was another burst of rustling sounds. Xiao Xiao's eyes moved, and then, a slender figure appeared from behind the screen. It was a beautiful woman. She was clearly wearing a plain white dress, and there weren't many decorations on her clothes. There was only a wide green belt wrapped around the waist of her robe, which made her waist even more slender. Her movements were like a tender willow swaying in the wind, and she was enchanting everywhere. Her every move carried a seductive aura, but people couldn't help but be attracted to her. There were still water droplets on her body from the shower. The sparkling and translucent water droplets streaked across her sharp chin and slowly rolled down to her chest. The water droplets were covered by her robe, making one's heart itch even more. Looking up, it was clearly an elegant and refined face. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of charm. She was like a pure fairy from the jade pool in heaven, born without knowing what the world was. Such a fairy's face, coupled with the seductive behavior of a prostitute, was a fatal temptation to every man. It was Jiang Su Su. When Jiang Su Su saw Xiao Xiao, she was startled at first and a panicked expression surfaced on her face. Immediately after, she forced herself to remain calm and said, "Xiao Wangye." Xiao Xiao only swept a glance at her before lowering his eyes. He did not look at her, nor did he speak. Jiang Su Su's body stiffened. Ever since she had started practicing the art of seduction, men's gazes had always fallen on her body. She had never been ignored like this before, and a burst of unwillingness arose in her heart. With a slight smile, she turned and sat on the chair next to Xiao Xiao. With every move she made, a familiar sweet fragrance wafted out, coinciding with the fragrance in the room. Sure enough, it was the smell of her body. Jiang Su Su tilted her head to look at the person on the chair. This youth was dressed entirely in black. Only the faint mist that came out of his sleeves made him seem even more noble. His side profile was elegant and peerless, but not the slightest bit feminine. He had thin lips, starry eyes, and a cold expression. There was a natural elegance that was engraved into one's bones. This was a beautiful but heroic youth. Even if he did not have the halo of Jinying Wangfu on him, his appearance and bearing were enough to move a woman's heart. For example, at this moment, Jiang Su Su was envious of Jiang Ruan's good luck in marrying the youth before her. Just now, Su Su was bathing when someone suddenly came in. When I took a look, I saw that it was Xiao Wangye. Jiang Su Su's voice carried a faintly discernible hook that tickled one's heart. Since this is the case, why not have a drink with Xiao Wangye? A man and a woman alone in a tea house, a little drunk. One person had just finished bathing and was only wearing a loose robe. What's more, this person was a stunning beauty. Her every move was very proactive. Even if all the men in the world were to witness this scene, it would be very difficult for them not to be moved. Xiao Xiao remained silent, the coldness between his brows never lessening. Seeing this, Jiang Su Su got up and walked to his side. She reached out to personally pour a cup of wine and handed it to Xiao Xiao. She seductively squatted down, almost reaching Xiao Xiao's knees. As she gazed at Xiao Xiao, her pair of limpid eyes were immediately filled with an indescribable charm. It was exactly the same as the faintly discernible sweet fragrance on her body. It made one feel as if they were looking at a soft, boneless little white flower that was trembling and blooming in the deep valley. It made one want to pluck it, make one want to tear that flower to shreds, and want to see the flower being abused. Seeing that Xiao Xiao did not move, Jiang Su Su moved a little closer. Her lips brushed past Xiao Xiao's ear and she softly said, "Xiao Wangye." Her breath was like orchids. Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed. Without waiting for Jiang Su Su to make another move, the corner of his robe moved slightly. It was unknown when his hand, which was wearing a wrist guard, had moved. The white jade cup on the table fell to the ground and directly collided with Jiang Su Su's abdomen. The small jade cup seemed to be some kind of vicious hidden weapon. With a putong sound, Jiang Su Su's whole body flew out. Her back hit the jadeite screen in the room. Like a kite with a broken string, she lay on the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Reckless. Xiao Xiao's indifferent voice, which contained anger, sounded. The sudden movement in the room stunned Jiang Su Su. She climbed up with difficulty. Xiao Xiao had only used about 30% of his strength, but she was almost unable to withstand it. What surprised her even more was that up until now, Xiao Xiao had been indifferent towards her. There was no man in this world who could resist her charm. She practiced the art of seduction. Even the most pure and desolate holy monk would fall head over heels for her. Not to mention that Xiao Xiao was a young man. Any young man would be tempted to see her. Especially today, she had specially groomed herself and dressed up, appearing in front of Xiao Xiao in a manner that no man could resist. She had thought that everything was flawless, but she had missed out on Xiao Xiao's plan. She knew that Xiao Xiao did not like women by nature, but those were all rumors. If he really did not like women, why would he go to the emperor to ask for Jiang Ruan's hand in marriage? Although Jiang Ruan was born with good looks, in terms of charm and seduction, how could it compare to her? She did not expect that not only had Xiao Xiao not been charmed by her, he had even dealt such a heavy blow to her. Xiao Wangye, Jiang Su Su spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained her cherry-red lips, making her appear even more seductive. She said, "Xiao Wangye does not have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, it really makes Su Su sad." Xiao Xiao looked at her coldly. "Xiao Wangye, since you have seen my body today, do you think that it will be so easy for you to walk out of this door?" Jiang Su Su's lips curled up into a smile, unspeakably proud of herself. "Brother-in-law, you have seen my body, so I am yours. Today, I originally wanted to treat brother-in-law a little more gently, but I did not expect brother-in-law to be so unreasonable. I can only wait for Su Su to shout when we go out, and let brother-in-law lose some face." What a load of nonsense. Before she had finished speaking, a man's voice rang out in the room. A man dressed as an imperial bodyguard jumped out from the beam. Without thinking, he said to Jiang Su, "I've also seen your body. Doesn't that mean that you're also mine? Most of the secret guards here have probably all seen your body, so who do you want to give it to?" After saying this, he pretended to be distressed and scratched his head. However, the brothers are more interested in women from good families. Someone as bold and unrestrained as Miss, I really cannot bear it. This person was none other than Jin Air. He had long followed Xiao Xiao to lie in ambush in the room just to see what the Jiang family wanted to do. Afterwards, when he saw Jiang Su open her mouth to seduce Xiao Xiao, his heart was filled with disdain. If it was a woman from a brothel, then so be it. However, Jiang Su was the daughter of the Minister of the Secretariat. She was originally a peerless beauty who was rumored to be virtuous and talented, yet she could not even be compared to the daughter of an ordinary family. Ordinary girls knew about propriety, justice, integrity, and shame, but this Jiang Su did not even care about her face. Although he said this, Jin Air did not look at Jiang Su's body again. Jiang Su was originally a beauty, and coupled with the cultivation of charm, she was able to attract the eyes of all men. Especially that pair of eyes, it was extremely easy to be captivated by her. He did not know when he had fallen into Jiang Su's honey trap. However, what Jiang Su did not know was that Xiao Xiao had been in charge of the brocade guards since he was young. He had gone through mountains of blades and seas of fire, so his self-control was naturally much better than others. These few years, he had experienced many temptations, and it was not as if he had not seen peerless beauties. With Jiang Su's skills, Xiao Xiao really did not care about her, let alone be tempted. Jiang Su almost vomited another mouthful of blood. She did not expect that there would be another person hiding in this room. Listening to this person's tone, she was not the only one in the room. Thinking that today, for no reason, she had been seen by this group of bodyguards, Jiang Su's heart became unbearably gloomy. Now that things had come to this, she could only take a gamble. A man and a woman were in the same room. Although the woman's reputation would be tarnished, it would be easy for the man to shirk his responsibility. Jiang Su opened her mouth and was about to shout for the people outside to come in. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Jin Air, who was beside her, quickly sealed her mute acupuncture point. Immediately, she could not make a sound. "Master, what should we do with this woman?" Jin Air asked. Xiao Xiao frowned and said, "Kill." Jiang Su's complexion immediately paled. This Xiao Xiao actually treated human life as grass, saying that killing people was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, at this moment, her whole body could not move, and a trace of genuine fear flashed through her eyes. Jin Air shrugged his shoulders and was about to mention Jiang Su when the door was pushed open. Jiang Wan stepped into the room and naturally saw Jiang Su. She was startled for a moment before she asked, "What happened?" Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, "She seduced me, and I injured her." Jiang Su's complexion was already extremely splendid. Only at this moment did she understand that this man really did not have the slightest bit of feelings for her from the beginning to the end. If she had heard Xiao Xiao's words a few years ago, she would have long been so ashamed and resentful that she would have jumped into a well to commit suicide. Although now, she did not have the fierceness of the past, she still felt a deep sense of humiliation. It was as if she had racked her brains to use all her skills in front of others, but they thought it was just a joke. After listening to Xiao Xiao's words, Jiang Wan raised her eyes to look at Jiang Su. Her expression was calm, and there was not even a trace of displeasure. Jiang Su's heart tightened. In the past, when Zhao Mei was still around, she had never paid any attention to Jiang Wan. She knew that the final decision-maker in the Jiang Fu was still Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan did not like Zhao Mei, and treated Jiang Wan and her sister even worse than Jiang Li, Jiang Yuan was also just a cowardly person who was afraid of trouble and as stupid as a pig. But she did not know when. No, it should be from the moment she returned to the Fu 3 years ago, but Jiang Su began to not understand Jiang Yuan. It seemed that it was from that moment onwards that Jiang Yuan no longer showed her emotions on her face. She smiled when she was happy, she smiled when she was angry, she smiled when she was framed, and she still smiled when she was thrown into prison. For example, at this moment, she still looked at Jiang Su with a smile. She was obviously very calm, but in the end, her upturned charming eyes revealed a trace of ridicule and disdain. It was that trace of disdain that immediately stung Jiang Su's eyes. She wanted to loudly criticize and curse, but no matter how she tried, she could not make a sound. Jiang Yuan withdrew her gaze and looked at Xiao, saying, "Yinyang asked me to come and see you. Originally, it was to see this play." "What, you actually did not get seduced? This play seems to be very difficult to continue." Xiao was slightly startled. He was originally intelligent, and immediately understood the key point. So this was Hong Ying's plan. If it had been another man today, he would have long been under Jiang Su's charm and would have really done that absurd thing. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuan pushed open the door and entered. Naturally, she could see the scene before her. For an unmarried woman to see her own younger sister and her future husband like this, she naturally could not bear it. However, the Empress Dowager's decree could not be changed. If one was a little more enthusiastic, it was also possible that they would commit suicide. At that time, they could use some reason to cover it up, and the matter of the D sister marrying on behalf of her would naturally come to fruition. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? If one had a softer temperament, they would be able to endure it. But in the end, she was the D daughter of a Fu. Her pure reputation could not be tarnished in vain. Naturally, the other party had to pay for it. It was always against the rules for a D daughter to become a concubine. At that time, it was not difficult to become a side concubine, and it could also fulfill a wonderful story of sisters working together to serve one husband. But no matter which one it was, it would be a huge blow to the young miss. Whether she was dead or alive, her entire life would be affected by this matter, and she would not be happy for the rest of her life. Even if she reluctantly married, there would always be a knot in her heart. How could she be on the same level as her husband? It was only a matter of time before she lost her husband's favor. Today's matter seemed simple, but in fact, it was closely linked. In the end, the sinister intentions were really enough to make one speechless. Hong Ying and Jiang Su had indeed expended a lot of effort on this matter. They had expected a man's deep-rooted bad habits, but they had not expected Xiao's innate indifference and cruelty. They had also not expected that Jiang Yuan would be so calm, to the extent that she did not even have the intention to misunderstand. Xiao also saw Jiang Yuan's calmness, and in his heart, he even felt slightly disappointed. Anyone who truly cared about him would have shown some concern at this moment. The calmer she was, the more it showed that she did not take this matter to heart. Xiao thought this in his heart, but he misunderstood Jiang Yuan's thoughts. Jiang Yuan looked at the leftover wine in the room, the sweet fragrance wafting in the air, and then looked at Jiang Su's disheveled appearance. Anger slowly rose in her heart. It was at this time that she suddenly remembered the scene in her previous life when Xianli had sent her to prison. Jiang Su had also flaunted her prowess in the prison to see her, and had tirelessly told her about her sweet past with Xianli. At that time, Jiang Su's words were like a bolt from the blue to her. She had been sincere, but at the last moment, she had found out that it was nothing more than a meticulously planned scam. Xianli and Jiang Su had secretly been together. At that time, she did not understand why Xianli kept saying that she was the only one in his heart, but he had still done intimate things with Jiang Su that she had never done before. Thinking about it, Jiang Su had also done the same thing in front of Xianli at that time, and thus caused him to treat her differently. In her previous life, Jiang Su Su had unexpectedly been irreconcilable with her. In her previous life, she had admired Xianli, and Jiang Su Su had snatched Xianli away. In this life, the Empress Dowager had bestowed marriage upon her and Xiao Xiao, and Jiang Su Su had come to snatch Xiao Xiao away. Jiang Yuan was unhappy in her heart, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Su Su immediately became deep and serene. "What do you plan to do?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Kill." Although Xiao Xiao was known as a rebel, and his arrangements were very thorough, he did not care about the intrigues and jealousies in the inner courtyard. His way of doing things was cruel but straightforward, and he even used the unique methods of the brocade guards, simple and crude, just kill. Jiang Su Su did not understand Xiao Xiao. Perhaps it was because Xiao Xiao had only appeared in rumors, and all that was said about him was hearsay. Jiang Su Su also regarded him as a person like other men, but she did not know that Xiao Xiao was an extremely prideful person. Even if he had been schemed against today, he would not obediently listen to the Jiang Fu's manipulation. The most likely scenario was that he would kill the Jiang Fu's people in a fit of rage and swagger off. In the end, even if the emperor really had no choice but to arrest him, it would only be a matter of picking him up and gently dropping him. "Why?" Jiang Yuan said softly, "We are sisters, there is no need to be ruthless." "It's just," she looked at Jiang Su Su, who was waiting for her with hatred, and smiled slightly, "since second younger sister is so afraid that she will not be able to marry, and even did not hesitate to set her sights on you, I, as her older sister, must also help." Xiao Xiao looked at her, and said thoughtfully, "What do you want?" "Second younger sister is an outstanding beauty, and her body, as clean as ice and as clean as jade, should be seen by more people." Jiang Yuan said faintly, "There are so many manservants in the Jiang Fu. To be able to marry a beauty like second younger sister, I think they should be gratified." A trace of weariness quickly flashed through her eyes. Even though it was only for a short moment, Xiao Xiao's sensitive senses caught it. He sensed that in that moment, Jiang Ruan's mood must have undergone some kind of change, although he did not know why it had prompted her to make this decision. However, he had always unconditionally agreed with Jiang Ruan's words, so he nodded and said, "All right." Jiang Su Su stared at Jiang Ruan in disbelief. She did not expect that Jiang Ruan's guts would be so big. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ruan clearly had a way to put her to death a few times before, but in the end, she did not take any action. This made Jiang Su Su think that Jiang Ruan must have some sort of taboo. Jiang Ruan doted on Jiang Su Su so much. If anything were to happen to Jiang Su Su, as long as it was even the slightest bit related to Jiang Ruan, Jiang Quan would certainly not leave any leeway to make things difficult for Jiang Ruan. However, now that Jiang Ruan had spoken like this, it was clear that she intended to shed all pretense of cordiality and not leave any leeway. Jiang Ruan walked to stand in front of her and looked down at her. Her gaze was as calm as water. She had never forgotten the hatred from her previous life. Originally, she had intended to make Jiang Su Su lose everything and then slowly collapse. But now, it seemed that she had made an unnecessary move. Now that Xia Yan had been defeated, Jiang Chao's future in the imperial examinations had been ruined, and her own reputation was not good. Compared to her previous life's flowery and splendid life, this elegant and beautiful fairy's appearance could be said to be a completely different person. Her original obsession now seemed superfluous. Jiang Su Su was used to pretending. All along, she had often acted like a fairy only because she had extravagantly sought a higher status. This kind of person, whose ambition was higher than the sky, had ended up in a lowly position. Every day, she had to rely on others to survive. What kind of feeling was that? To Jiang Su Su, this might not necessarily be a kind of painful torture and punishment. Jiang Yuan lowered her eyes. She could not spend all her time on a smelly bug that was destined to worship at her feet for the rest of her life. She still had Jiang Xing, the Zhao family, and Xian Pei. Any possible calamity would be eradicated with all her might. Even if Jiang Su Su stayed another day, it would not benefit her. There were many things that needed to be sped up, but Jiang Su Su had been comfortable for too long. She said indifferently, "Then I will trouble my husband to think of a way to throw second sister out. Remember, the more lively the place, the better." Her lips held a smile, bright and moving like a red fox. Such beauty deserves to be appreciated by tens of thousands of people. Xiao Xiao was shocked by the natural husband that Jiang Yuan spoke of. He did not know whether he was shocked or frightened, but in the end, a faint sense of joy rose on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "Jean Eyre." Jean Eyre scratched his head and stood up. All right, master, how about throwing her at the main gate of the Jiangfu? It's too far, I'm really tired." "That's good." Jiang Yuan smiled, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard, as long as young madam understands young master." Jean Eyre also smiled, and with one hand, he lifted Jiang Su Su and flew out. The martial arts of the hidden guards were not low. Moreover, there were already people waiting outside to receive them. Those servants and old women guarding the door, waiting to watch a good show, had probably already been taken care of. Otherwise, they would not have taken so long to come out. After Jean Eyre left, Xiao Xiao raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yuan, and suddenly asked, "You're not happy?" "Of course I'm not as happy as you." Jiang Yuan's expression did not change, and her smile was still warm, but for some reason, it made people feel a sense of displeasure, or perhaps a faint anger. She said, "A peerless beauty coming to seduce you, it is not something that just anyone can encounter. Husband is very fortunate." Xiao Xiao stared blankly, and lowered his eyes to think for a moment. Suddenly, an extremely faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 164. Xiao Xiao looked at her thoughtfully. Jiang Yuan was indeed angry. This discovery caused a faint feeling of satisfaction to rise in his heart. Even the cold expression that had not disappeared since Jiang Su Su's appearance had disappeared, leaving only a hint of a smile. Jiang Yuan looked at his smile and felt increasingly annoyed. This annoyance also contained a little loathing for herself. Since her rebirth, perhaps because of the lessons of her previous life, she did not put too much hope in anything. But once she set her mind on something, she would have a strong desire to possess it. Now that she had accepted becoming the mistress of the household in Jining Wangfu, regardless of whether she had feelings for Xiao Xiao or not, in her heart, Xiao Xiao was hers. Jiang Su Su had touched her things, so naturally, she was displeased. However, the initiator of all this did not have the slightest self-awareness. With a beautiful face, she pretended to be innocent. The angrier she became, the more adorable she was in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to open her mouth, he pulled her to his side and pressed her onto his lap. "You!" Jiang Yuan was furious. Logically speaking, this was not the first time Xiao Xiao had done this. When she was in Jining Wangfu, she was also fortunate enough to be treated with such courtesy by Xiao Xiao. However, at that time, Xiao Xiao was drunk and delirious, so it could be ignored. Now, in broad daylight, although there was an engagement, this action was too rash and sudden. "Don't move." Xiao Xiao pressed down on her back. His movements were gentle, but his strength was surprisingly great, leaving no room for resistance. However, his next words caused Jiang Yuan to lose her intention to treat him coldly. He said, "It is only right and proper for my husband to hug me." Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes in her heart, only to hear Xiao Xiao say, "It would be better to change to the beautiful woman in front of you to seduce me." This person was always cold and sarcastic, but when he spoke, he had a way with words. Jiang Yuan looked at him in disbelief and was somewhat puzzled. She had originally thought that he was joking, but he had a serious look on his face, which made her scratch her head in puzzlement. However, after Xiao Xiao's actions, that bit of displeasure from before disappeared without a trace. Indeed, being born good was an advantage. Jiang Yuan thought to herself that beauty could bewitch people. For a moment, she only cared about her own matters and did not pay attention to Xiao Xiao's expression. She also overlooked the joy that flashed in Xiao Xiao's eyes as he held the beauty in his arms. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Xiao's expression changed slightly. He patted her head and said, "Someone is coming." Others could not control what these two people did in private, but in the end, Jiang Yuan was still unmarried, so she still had to scrupulously observe etiquette. Moreover, the Jiangfu was such a troublesome place, and if one wasn't careful, unfavorable rumors about Jiang Yuan could easily spread. With Xiao Xiao's reminder, Jiang Yuan stood up and obediently picked up the teacup on the table, pretending to pour some tea for Xiao Xiao. She heard someone knocking on the door. "Eldest miss?" Judging from the voice, it was Hong Ying. Hong Ying must have noticed that there was no movement after a long time. Seeing that the person who came to report did not return, she must have grown suspicious. Thus, she personally came to see what was going on. The timing was just right. If it weren't for the fact that he had other plans, he would have fallen into Hong Ying's trap. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. "Come in." Hong Ying's hand that was pushing the door paused for a moment, and her heart immediately started pounding. How could Jiang Yuan be so calm? Why was it so quiet inside? Not even the slightest trace of displeasure could be heard. The manservant and old woman who were responsible for guarding the door had also disappeared. The more afraid Hong Ying was, the more she did not dare to rashly push the door open. In her heart, she could not help but begin to regret agreeing to Jiang Su's request so hastily. That Xiao Xiao was not an ordinary person. If he saw through her and wanted revenge, she would not be able to do anything. In the end, the door was pushed open. Hong Ying took a deep breath and looked inside. She saw that the inside was neat and tidy, and Jiang Yuan was standing beside Xiao Xiao, pouring tea for him. Nothing seemed out of place. Hong Ying looked at the two people inquiringly. Jiang Yuan was still as calm as before, and there was no emotion on her face. There was a faint smile on her lips, and as always, no one could understand what she was thinking. Xiao Xiao was the same, indifferent as before, and there was no special expression on his face. But even so, Hong Ying could still feel the faint joy in the room. Joy? What had happened here? Hong Ying looked around, but did not find Jiang Su's figure. What was going on? Hong Ying was startled at first, but then she slowly calmed down. She even rejoiced in her heart. Looking at Jiang Yuan and Xiao Xiao's unhappiness, it seemed that Jiang Su had not succeeded. Hong Ying was somewhat disappointed, and at the same time, she felt somewhat incredulous. According to Jiang Su's plan, she should not have failed. With Jiang Su's charm, even without any special means, she could make men go crazy for her. Why, was Xiao Xiao an exception? Unexpectedly, he did not fall head over heels for her. Hong Ying changed her train of thought and heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, when she had pushed the door open, she somewhat regretted rashly agreeing to Jiang Su's request. After all, this Xiao Xiao was an important minister of the imperial court, and his power was more than several times that of Jiang Quan. If he really found out that she had colluded with Jiang Su to scheme against him, it was inevitable that he would be angry and retaliate. The risk of opposing such a person was really too great. Now that Jiang Su had overestimated her capabilities and fled, this matter could be considered to have been let off the hook. No matter what, it had nothing to do with her. She smiled apologetically and said, "I came to see if your highness and eldest young miss still need anything. I will then order people to prepare it. This is also the first time that your highness has entered our fu. In the future, our two families will have a close relationship, so we absolutely cannot neglect you." Jiang Yuan lightly glanced at her. Her curly eyelashes suddenly flickered, and she smiled slightly. Yin is really considerate, but speaking of which, this room does indeed need to be tidied up. Hong stared blankly and asked blankly, eldest young miss, do you have any instructions? Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Wan without saying a word, his gaze full of indulgence. Obviously, he was also prepared to respectfully listen to this young madam's nonsense. Jiang Wan combed her hair, and her expression was incomparably sincere, without any trace of pretense. The tea room that Yin chose has a beautiful scenery, and the location is also very good. However, perhaps it has been too long since anyone has come to tidy it up, so there are rats nibbling inside. Rats? Hong Ying had originally been a little nervous when she heard Jiang Wan speak, but upon hearing her words, she laughed. How could there be rats? Eldest young miss might have seen wrongly. I had previously ordered people to specially tidy it up. Moreover, in order to achieve her goal, Jiang Su had already arranged the inside and outside of the tea room. How could such a fragrant place be tolerated by rats? Yin, if you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Jiang Wan pointed at the jadeite screen in the room, and her smile became a little more meaningful. Just now, the rats suddenly scuttled out and gave me a fright, so Xiao Wanye acted and killed the rats. Isn't that the stain left behind? Hong Ying looked in the direction that Jiang Wan was pointing at, and saw that under the jadeite screen was, shockingly, a pool of blood. Some of the blood had splashed onto the jadeite screen, and it was exceptionally clear, causing one's heart to skip a beat. At first, Hong Ying was somewhat puzzled, but just as she was about to say a few words, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she immediately retreated a few steps with a deathly pale face. She stared fixedly at the pool of blood, and then turned her head to look at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan smiled and nodded at her, saying softly, Yin, did you see it clearly? At this moment, they heard someone shouting loudly from outside, not good, something has happened to second young miss. Less than a few hundred meters from the entrance of the Jiangfu, the place had long been surrounded by people so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside were all commoners, and among these commoners, the men's eyes were especially fanatical. What a beautiful and charming woman, that look in her eyes is practically seducing this prince. She really has the face of a fairy and the body of a prostitute. This figure, even if it lingers on the beam for 9 days, it will not disappear. Whose family's young lady is this? Why is she lying here without rhyme or reason? There were also kind-hearted people who asked. Look at her attire, how does she look like the daughter of a good family? Hey, brother, you probably haven't seen such a thing in your daily life. We've seen this kind of situation many times in the capital city. Most of the time, it's indecent women who hang around with men and are punished by the main wife. Isn't this deliberately giving her a taste of her own medicine? However, this woman is really strong, just looking at her makes one unable to bear it. I don't know which family's young master has such good fortune, but the most difficult thing to bear is a beauty's kindness. Hey! What kind of gaze is that? What indecent woman? Isn't this the second young miss of the Jiang family from the Shangshu Fu? That's the famous talented woman in the capital city. Why does she look so familiar to me? I'm sure I'm not mistaken. What's going on? The person who was surrounded in the middle of the crowd was dressed in a plain white dress. The dress itself was somewhat faintly discernible, outlining the lines that made one's imagination run wild. Her long black hair, which had just taken a bath, was wet and stuck to her body, causing the originally somewhat thin dress to become even more transparent. One could almost see the beautiful scenery under the robe. The woman's head was lowered, but her delicate and elegant little face could still be seen. At this moment it was unknown whether she was angry or embarrassed. Her bright little face was slightly flushed, but it made one's heart even more swayed. The light sweet fragrance that came from her body was enshrouded in the air, like a first-rate aphrodisiac, causing the surrounding people to look at her like wolves and tigers. Several men began to become restless, wanting to make a move on her. Jiang Su Su gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. When the imperial bodyguard had thrown her here, she did not know which of her acupuncture points had been sealed. At this moment, her whole body was really soft, and she could not exert any strength at all. Like a drowning dog, she let these lowly commoners watch the fun, and even more so, she had to accept the disgusting gazes of these men. When Jiang Su Su thought of this, she wished that she could gouge out all the eyeballs of the people who were looking at her. Of course, the person she hated the most was the cause of all this, Jiang Yuan. She could not say anything, and could only hear the unbearable words and discussions of the people around her reaching her ears. Don't bully me for being inexperienced. In any case, that Shangshu Fu is a dignified official's family. How could a pure and clean young miss act in such a lewd manner? Moreover, look at this woman, her entire body is full of flirtatious charm. How could this be done by a proper young miss? I'm afraid that she has long understood the affairs of the heart. She's a stunner. A pot-bellied middle-aged man finally could not bear it any longer. Waving a fan, he walked forward and squatted down in front of Jiang Su Su. He pinched Jiang Su Su's chin and forced her to raise her head. As soon as she raised her head, the surrounding people could clearly see Jiang Su Su's appearance. Immediately, they sucked in a breath of cold air and praised her for her good looks. The middle-aged man was obviously very satisfied. His lecherous eyes wandered up and down Jiang Su Su's entire body before he said, "Not bad, you're a wonderful person. May I know which brothel this young miss is from? Come back with me and be my 17th concubine. I will love you dearly." This man was dressed in gold and silver, but his appearance was unbearably crude. The way he spoke was also very vulgar. With one look, one could tell that he was the master of some family who had suddenly become rich. Normally, if someone treated Jiang Su Su this way, she would have already scolded them. But now, facing such a disgusting face, she could not even open her mouth. Seeing that Jiang Su Su did not make a sound, the middle-aged man took it that she had agreed. He stretched out his plump hand and patted her face, "Beautiful girl, come home with me." However, this was not the only person in the crowd who had lustful thoughts. Immediately, someone said, "This young miss was clearly mine first. Why are you fighting over her?" It was a rather wealthy young master from an official's family. "What are you arguing about? This old man has also taken a fancy to this woman. There must be a rule, first come, first served. This beautiful woman would always attract attention, not to mention such a natural beauty. Some people wanted to take this beauty home and make her their own, while others wanted to dress this beauty up properly and give her to their superiors in exchange for a successful career. If such a beautiful woman caught the eyes of their superiors and was given away as a gift, it would certainly be a great honor." Unlike the men, the women looked at Jiang Su Su with eyes full of contempt. Tisk, nowadays this foxy woman is getting more and more incredible. She actually has no sense of shame in the streets and alleys. Indeed. The women's eyes could not tolerate this kind of vulgar person. One after another, they discussed, "This is really degrading public morals. This brothel woman is really shameless. How can an ordinary family do such a thing?" They actually regarded Jiang Su Su as a prostitute from a brothel. Jiang Su Su only hated that she could not speak at the moment. Otherwise, she would definitely use a pair of scissors to cut off the tongues of these long-tongued women. All her life, she believed that she was a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens Jade Lake. She had always had an aloof appearance that was above the common people. Even in the capital, all kinds of praises added a layer of brilliance to her mystery. When had she fallen to such a sorry state? It was as if all her disguise had been stripped away and she was naked in front of everyone's eyes. It was really, extremely humiliating. The only thing that could prove her charm was perhaps those men who fought over her because of jealousy. Even at this point, these men still fell head over heels for her beauty. It was just that, at this moment, the men who fought over her were all ordinary people. They were either merchants who reeked of money or country gentlemen who suddenly became rich. They were worlds apart from those elegant young masters of the past. Even the most inconspicuous person among those who admired her in the past was still many times better than everyone here. There was a sharp contrast between the present and the past. Jiang Su was simply about to collapse from the situation in front of her. This fight attracted more and more people. At this moment, she heard a voice, over there. Jiang Su looked up and saw that the crowd had been separated into two sides, and a few people were walking in from the outside. At the very front were a few servants, and behind them was a woman with a big belly. It was Hong Ying. Suddenly seeing Hong Ying, Jiang Su was angry and anxious. Hong Ying hurriedly stepped forward and without saying anything, ordered the servants to help Jiang Su walk away. They knew that this was a scandal and did not dare to do anything to reveal their identity. They only hoped that things could be settled. However, even though Hong Ying thought this way, the people around her were not willing. The men who were fighting over Jiang Su stopped at the same time. One of them stood in front of Hong Ying and said, "What are you doing? You dare to touch the person that I like." Hong Ying held back her anger and smiled at the man. "Sir, to tell you the truth, this is a niece of this concubine's distant relative. Due to some matters, this concubine has to bring her back. Sir, please excuse us for a while. If it was someone else, it would have been fine." However, the other party was a rough and ignorant rich merchant. He immediately laughed and said, "Young lady, don't bully me for being ignorant." This woman said that she was a distant niece. Clearly, she was a girl from a brothel. "I, your master, am not an unreasonable person. Young lady, just name your price. I will pay any amount of money. I like this little beauty. I want to take her back to be my 17th concubine." Hong Ying's cheeks flushed with anger. This person was so unreasonable that it was impossible to reason with him. However, she could not let this person casually take Jiang Su away. If Jiang Su was taken away, and there were people who knew her, there would be no place for the Jiang family in the capital. As for Jiang Quan, if he knew that his most beloved second daughter had met with such a mishap, he would definitely put all the blame on her head. At that time, she would not have any good results to eat. However, Hong Ying had forgotten that even if Jiang Su had not been taken away, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Paper could never cover fire, and this matter would eventually spread. At present, it had not been exposed because the people could not associate this woman with the second Miss Fairy of the minister's residence. However, the capital was only so big, and there were always a few people who knew her. Today, Jiang Su had met with such a mishap in front of the minister's residence. Her reputation could be considered ruined. How could she have a good end in this life? For a woman, this life was worse than death. If Jiang Quan knew about this, how could he let it go? Hong Ying forced a smile. "Sir, she is not a girl from a brothel. She is a girl from a proper family. I am afraid that your wish will not be fulfilled." "What proper girl?" The wealthy merchant was also somewhat displeased. "Do you think I don't have eyes? What are you trying to do by declining like this? Guards, bring my 17th yin-yang back." This person was completely unreasonable and intended to directly snatch her back. Not only that, he looked at Hong Ying and giggled. "Little girl, don't fail to appreciate my kindness." Hong Ying had never met such a scoundrel. In a moment of desperation, she said, "You dare. Do you know who she is?" "Who is she?" The man smiled insincerely. "Could it be that she is a member of the Golden Branch or Jade Leaf family?" Hong Ying choked and did not dare to say Jiang Su's name. At this moment, she saw a person dressed as an imperial bodyguard running over from afar. He said in a loud voice, "Yin-yang, the princess has asked me to help find the whereabouts of the second Mississippi. Is there any news?" Chapter 165. Hong Ying's mind exploded. She felt her vision darken and she almost fainted. There was only one thought in her mind: it's over. Today's matter would not end well. With an anxious expression, the imperial bodyguard rushed forward and squeezed to Hong Ying's side. When he saw Jiang Su's collapsed appearance in the room, he was shocked and said, "So it's actually here. Who did this to second miss? Are they tired of living? If Junju finds out, she will not let the culprit off." The surrounding people had originally intended to watch the commotion, but they did not expect to be suddenly interrupted. Seeing that the guard kept referring to her as Junju, and that the guard did not look like an ordinary person, they muttered in their hearts. Even the wealthy merchant was shocked by the guard's appearance. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "This young brother, which Junju are you talking about? What is the identity of the young miss on the ground?" Hong Ying hurriedly replied, "You don't have to worry about this. In short, she is a member of our family. We have to take her away now." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Io, didn't this master just want to carry the young miss on the ground back to the Fu to be his 17th young? Why is he not doing it now?" When the guard heard this, he did not wait for Hong Ying to speak again and shouted, "How dare you? You dare to insult the young miss? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the capital's Jiang family's minister's Fu's second miss, the younger sister of the current Junju of Hong An." When these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Jiang Su almost dug her fingernails into her palms. Her lips trembled incessantly, and her entire person felt as if she had fallen into an icehouse. This person's singing and speaking were excellent. With one look, it was obvious that Jiang Ruan had deliberately ordered people to do this in order to expose her identity in public and embarrass her. This was even more unbearable than killing her. Because of today's incident, there was no place for her to hide her reputation. Her life could be considered ruined. Hong Ying's face also turned pale. She could not wait to need the guard and throw him beyond the highest heavens. Looking at the crowd's sizing gaze, Hong Ying herself wanted to find a hole to burrow into. More importantly, a sudden fear arose in her heart. Jiang Su had met with such a major incident under her care. Among the three daughters of the Jiang Fu, only Jiang Su was truly loved by Jiang Quan. Such a precious daughter had made such a big joke. Even if he vented his anger on her, Jiang Quan would still kill her. Ultimately, it was all because of Jiang Ruan. Hong Ying could not help but resent Jiang Ruan's vicious and merciless methods. Not only did she want to humiliate Jiang Su, but she also wanted to completely destroy Jiang Su's reputation, so much so that Jiang Su would never be able to raise her head again. This was a huge blow to both the Jiang Fu and Jiang Quan. To think that Jiang Ruan would actually disregard their brotherly ties. However, Hong Ying had forgotten that when she and Jiang Su had conspired together to plot against Jiang Ruan, had they ever considered the slightest bit of sibling affection? As the saying goes, harming others will eventually harm oneself. The surrounding crowd, who had been watching the show, had already begun to discuss spiritedly. Even the wealthy merchant, who had been clamoring for Jiang Su to go back and become the 17th young, had shut his mouth and was sizing Jiang Su up. Everyone's gazes were filled with disbelief. Someone in the crowd said, "Just now, I said that this miss looks 90% similar to the second miss of the Jiang Fu, but you guys just don't believe me." "Who would have thought," someone else replied, "but according to the rumors, isn't the second miss of the Jiang Fu a fairy-like person? How did she end up in such a situation? Was she harmed by someone?" "What do you mean by harmed by someone? Look at her behavior. Just the smell of her body makes one's blood boil. What kind of decent lady would be so flirtatious? From what I see, this second miss of the Jiang Fu probably already has a certain charm." "That's right. Sigh, she looks like a fairy. With this kind of behavior, she really doesn't seem like a decent lady." No wonder people think that she's the red card of the Chu residence's brothel. Discussions like these did not cease. Every sentence hammered Jiang Su's heart, almost causing her to be inconsolable from shame and indignation. However, what people said was not wrong. The eyes of the common people in the marketplace were the most poisonous. Ever since Jiang Su had started practicing the art of seduction, every movement she made had an additional charm to it. Even though she was born elegant and beautiful, it could not conceal her fragrance. This charm was different from the charm of Jiang Ruan's appearance, and it had an additional allure that could be plucked by anyone. Ordinary men were experienced and knowledgeable, so they could naturally discern the meaning behind this. Moreover, what kind of young lady would have such a graceful appearance? Not to mention the fact that she was dressed so elegantly and vaguely today. Jean Eyre shot a meaningful glance at Jean San, who was mixed in the crowd and was leading the people to spread rumors. He was almost proud of himself. Just now, he had shouted so loudly because of the urgency of the situation. Those who should and should not have heard it, had now all heard it. Jean San also raised his voice and pretended to be unintentional as he said, "Sigh, since she is the second miss of the minister's foo, and now her body has been seen by these people, shouldn't all my brothers also take responsibility? She is a pure and proper young lady, how can she be taken advantage of for no reason?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of discussion. Jiang Su and Hong Ying were already dumbstruck. Some of the surrounding people who were watching the commotion also came back to their senses and shouted, "That's right, young Miss's body has been seen by me. This young man is willing to take responsibility and marry young Miss back home as the official wife." These words were said in a dignified manner, but when they looked at that person again, he was nothing more than a hooligan on the streets. Everyone understood in their hearts that Jiang Su's body had been seen in public, and it was all because of one person. Anyone with a bit of reputation would not marry her back home as the official wife, so that they could make fun of her after a meal. However, those hooligans in the marketplace were different. After all, the minister's foo was also an official's family, and Jiang Su's appearance was not bad. If they married her back home, they would be able to rely on the minister's foo, which would be a wonderful thing. Thinking this way, more and more people were willing to take responsibility, and in the midst of the dispute, they all took the stance of going to the Jiang Fu to propose marriage. Hong Ying could not resist, but the crowd grew larger and larger. Jean Eyre shouted, "What nonsense are you all talking about?" Looking at the servants, he said, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly help second miss back to the Fu. Let's talk about these trivial matters later." He did not say anything definite, but by leaving the other half unsaid, it actually increased the confidence of those hooligans. In their view, when such a scandal occurred in a wealthy family, the young miss would generally not be able to live. If she did not commit suicide, she would find a temple to cut her hair and become a nun. However, everyone in the capital knew that Minister Jiang doted on his second daughter, so Jiang Quan certainly could not bear to see a perfectly fine daughter commit suicide or lead a bitter life of self-cultivation. If this wealthy family did not marry Jiang Su, then wouldn't it be the turn of small shrimps like them? Thinking of this, those hooligans became even more excited, and the scene of themselves dressed in red robes and becoming the Jiang Fu's son-in-law appeared before their eyes. Because of Minister Jiang Fu and Jiang Ruan's status as Hong and royal princess, these people did not dare to be strong forever. When Jean Eyre ordered the servants to help Jiang Su onto a horse carriage and return to the Fu, a large group of youngsters followed behind in a grandiose manner. They were all ambitious people who were willing to take responsibility for Jiang Su's innocence. Although they could not be strong forever, the hooligans in the marketplace were most adept at tormenting people, causing trouble, and using some underhanded methods to disturb people. Those who did not intend to take responsibility but had already watched the bustling scene, stood far away to one side, arms crossed, and discussed. It seemed that the Jiang Fu was bound to set off a storm in the capital. Jiang Quan had just left court when he heard the news of Jiang Su's mishap. Along the way, he was muddle-headed and his mind was blank. When he returned to the Fu, he had just entered Hong Ying's courtyard when he saw Jiang Su Su sitting on the bed in a daze, sobbing. Hong Ying also appeared to be out of her wits. Hearing his footsteps, both of them turned to look at the same time. Jiang Su Su glanced at Jiang Quan and cried out involuntarily, "Father." She could no longer hold back her tears. If it was in the past, Jiang Quan's heart would certainly ache when Jiang Su Su cried like this. However, today's matter was no small matter. Previously, there was the matter of Xia Yan shamelessly having an illicit affair with someone. Now, this matter had happened to Jiang Su Su. It was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled on Jiang Quan's most taboo matter, immediately causing him to recall some bad things. Immediately, the little bit of pity in Jiang Quan's heart vanished into thin air. In a few steps, he walked in front of Jiang Su Su. Without saying a word, he fiercely raised his hand and gave Jiang Su Su a slap. Jiang Su Su was slightly dazed by Jiang Quan's slap. In all her life, Jiang Quan had never laid a hand on her. Even if today's matter had happened, although she was aware that it was a serious matter, she still thought that as long as she cried a little, Jiang Quan would definitely resolve it for her. Who knew that Jiang Quan would give her a slap without saying a word? Even if Jiang Su Su was usually stupid, when she saw that Jiang Quan's attitude was not right, her heart also panicked. Knowing that the situation was not good, she hurriedly cried again, "Father." After Jiang Quan had slapped her, he also felt some regret. Jiang Su Su was the daughter that he had pampered and raised in the palm of his hand. Not to mention hitting her, he had never even spoken harshly to her since she was young. Even if Xia Yan had done such a filthy thing, she still treated Jiang Su Su the same way she had in the past. He looked at Jiang Su Su who was covering her face and weeping, and his heart softened. His anger from just now was somewhat restrained, and he only coldly said, "What exactly happened?" "The Jiang family's face has been completely thrown away by you." These words were not false. It was said that the minister's Fu had gone from being a clean and upright family to having a foul reputation now. It had only been a few short years. Moreover, all sorts of things had happened to Xia Yan and her two sons. After Xia Yan's incident, there had been a period of peace and quiet for a period of time. Now, such a matter had once again erupted. Now, the entire capital was using this matter as a joke. In the few hours since the beginning, the entire capital had already been talking about today's matter. Thinking of this matter, Jiang Quan's heart was filled with a belly full of gloominess. Jiang Su Su's heart jumped. She thought that since the matter had come to this, the only way out was to push all the blame onto Jiang Yuan. She hung her head and said in a resentful tone, "Father, your daughter was harmed to this state by someone. Father, you must avenge your daughter." At this moment, Hong Ying also understood and hurriedly said, "That's right, second miss is innocent. Today, she has fallen to this state, and it was all because she was framed. Second Miss's life is really bitter. Everything was fine, but for no reason, she has suffered such an undeserved calamity." Jiang Quan did not know that such a thing would happen. Hearing Jiang Su Su and Hong Ying echo each other's words, he immediately became furious and said, "Who has the guts to actually dare to behave atrociously in the minister's Fu? Who dares to scheme against my Jiang family's daughter?" Jiang Su Su was his precious daughter. Just now, he was extremely angry, but now that he heard that she had been framed, it was as if all the anger in his heart had suddenly found an outlet to vent. Now, Jiang Quan only wanted to find the person who had framed Jiang Su Su and dismember him into 10,000 pieces. "It's the Jie." Jiang Su Su spat out a few words with great difficulty. As if she could not bear it, she covered her face and sobbed, "It was Dejie who ordered people to knock me out and send me there." Jinying Wang was also there, he was also supporting Dejie. Jiang Su Su pushed all the blame onto Jiang Yuan and Xiao Xiao, but did not know that Hong Ying's expression had changed, and she secretly scolded her for being an idiot. Speaking of which, although Jiang Su Su was a little clever, in the end, these were all small tricks that could not be brought to the public. Compared to Xia Yan, she was still far behind. It was precisely because Xia Yan had protected her so well that she had not needed to worry about other things since she was young. Jiang Su Su was really brainless, and only knew how to put on a fairy-like appearance to deceive people. Just like her current reason, it was full of loopholes and was really not very brilliant. Jiang Quan had originally been listening to Jiang Su Su's words wholeheartedly, but after Jiang Su Su had finished speaking, his expression sank. He stared at this daughter of his as if he did not know her. Jiang Su Su waited for Jiang Quan to angrily find trouble with Jiang Ruan, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. Jiang Quan's gaze made her somewhat afraid, and she whispered, "Father, why are you looking at me like that?" "Evil girl," Jiang Quan's voice trembled slightly. Looking at Jiang Su Su's obviously startled expression, he coldly said, "You said that Jining Wang and Jiang Ruan had joined forces to harm you. Out of the two of them, one is a Junju, and the other is a Prince Shi. Why would they need to frame you? On the other hand, what's up with your clothes?" Jiang Su Su's body shrank back, and her tone was extremely aggrieved. "Father, you are actually helping outsiders. I am your daughter. I don't have such a lewd and lowly daughter like you." Jiang Quan was so anxious and angry that he roared. Even Hong Ying, who was standing at the side, was flabbergasted to hear such unbearable words. Jiang Quan had wholeheartedly doted on this daughter of his, but today, he was scolding her in such a manner. Clearly, he was disappointed in Jiang Su Su from the bottom of his heart. "Help you," Jiang Quan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "What are you planning?" "My Jiang Fu has unexpectedly produced such a daughter who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and has delusions of climbing into Jining Wang's bed. Look clearly, what kind of person is Jining Wang? If you want to die, my Jiang Fu cannot afford to lose this face, and cannot afford to lose this life." Jiang Quan had been immersed in officialdom for many years, so naturally, he was not stupid. Jiang Su Su's words were full of loopholes. Although Xiao Xiao was a cold and fierce person, he was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to cause trouble. This kind of person had pride in his bones. Unless he was provoked, he would normally not easily make a move. Jiang Su Su must have provoked him in some way. Looking at Jiang Su Su's attire, in addition to the subsequent events, Jiang Quan had some understanding of his own daughter's heart, and could also guess what had happened. At this very moment, Jiang Quan could not tell whether he was more disappointed or more angry. He was angry that Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan were so heartless, and he also hated Jiang Su Su for acting rashly and offending Xiao Xiao without considering the consequences. What kind of person was Jining Wang? He was someone who even dared to refute the emperor. Provoking him would not end well. What made Jiang Quan even more disappointed was Jiang Su Su's actions. If there were any things that Jiang Quan was proud of in his life, Jiang Su Su could be counted as one of them. He had always been proud of this daughter of his. Jiang Su Su was elegant and refined, and her talent was well known. If not for Xia Yan's matter, all the young masters of the capital's prestigious families would be fighting to pursue her. In Jiang Quan's heart, Jiang Su Su was worthy of any man. Only a high position could serve as a foil to his daughter's extraordinariness. But now, this daughter of his was willing to be lowly like other women in brothels, and did not even hesitate to use underhanded means to climb into other people's beds. Jiang Quan's heart was filled with sorrow for her misfortune, and anger for her incompetence. Originally, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that if the eighth prince took a fancy to Jiang Su Su, it would not be a bad thing to help Jiang Su Su in the future. But now that this matter had come out, the eighth prince's side was bound to be hopeless. Jiang Su Su had never seen Jiang Quan like this before, and felt a trace of lingering fear in her heart. She hugged Jiang Quan's legs and cried loudly, "Father, Su Su knows she was wrong." Su Su also lost her head for a moment. Su Su saw eldest sister marry so well, but I have this kind of reputation. In the future, I don't know what kind of family I will marry into. Thinking that Jining Wang valued eldest sister, even if Su Su was willing to become a concubine, with eldest sister's protection, she should be able to live a good life. But I did not expect that things would turn out like this. Father, Su Su knows she was wrong. Father, don't ignore Su Su. Jiang Quan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Jiang Su Su's words had poked at his heart. Thinking of how since Xia Yan's accident, this daughter of his had shut herself up in the courtyard all day and had not come out. Presumably, as an unmarried young girl, she had to pay the price for her mother's lack of virtue. Every day, she was on tenterhooks about whether or not she would be able to marry into a good family, even to the point that a daughter had the idea of becoming a concubine. In Jiang Quan's heart, he felt slightly guilty. In the end, it was his fault as a father. Once the scales in his heart tilted towards Jiang Su Su, when he looked at Jiang Wan, Jiang Quan was exceptionally unkind. In his heart, he thought that in the end, the blood of the Jiang Fu also flowed in her bones, yet Jiang Wan did not care about their sibling ties at all. She did not even put him, her father, in her eyes at all. Did she really think that she had someone backing her up? Jiang Quan snorted, "Forget it, I will think of a way to deal with this matter. Don't go out these few days." "What about Jiang Wan? Tell her to come here." This meant that he was going to make a punitive expedition against them. Hong Ying and Jiang Su Su's faces relaxed at the same time. Although Jiang Ruan's calculations were good, she could not stop Jiang Quan's heart from being biased. As long as Jiang Quan was not dead, the person in charge of the Jiang Fu was Jiang Quan. Naturally, Jiang Wan would have to call him father, and naturally, she would not be able to gain any benefits in the Fu. At this moment, an unfamiliar person dressed as an imperial bodyguard walked in and cupped his hands towards Jiang Quan, replying, "Master Jiang, my master said that young madam is not feeling well, and has brought young madam back to the Wang Fu to have little godly Dr. Xia see her illness." When Jiang Quan heard this, he felt even angrier in his heart. Jiang Wan was clearly taking drastic measures to remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. He could not ask Jining Wang Fu for her, but this move by Jiang Wan was really too sinister. If the person who had come was Jiang Ruan's maidservant, Jiang Quan could still vent his anger, but this person was Xiao Xiao's subordinate. He could neither beat nor scold him, so Jiang Quan could only agree with an ugly expression. The imperial bodyguard scratched his head and suddenly glanced at Hong Ying. Hong Ying felt a little numb from that glance. The next moment, she heard the imperial bodyguard's deeply concerned voice ring out, "Oh, that's right, young madam also said that Yinyang in the Fu is pregnant and has been rushing about for a whole day. She is really very tired, so she specially asked Prince Yi to take an invitation to invite an imperial physician from the palace. Presumably, he will be here in a while, so that he can take a good look at Yinyang's body, so as to avoid offending the little brother in her belly." Hong Ying's body stiffened, and her complexion suddenly became somewhat pale. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words were at the tip of her tongue. If she refused at this moment, wouldn't she have a guilty conscience? With Xia Yan as an example, Jiang Quan was bound to be even more vigilant towards these matters. Once he discovered any clues, he was bound to get to the bottom of it. But if she obediently stayed where she was, after this, it would be another reign of terror. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical juncture, when Jiang Quan was already in a bad mood, if something were to go wrong, how would she end up well? Now that she was riding on a tiger, it was hard to get off. The 2 pillows stuffed into Hong Ying's belly suddenly became heavier than 1,000 caddies. After the imperial bodyguard finished speaking, he punched Jiang Quan in farewell and retreated. Although Jiang Quan was extremely displeased with Jiang Yuan, not everyone could invite an imperial physician. Today, Hong Ying had been rushing about for a whole day, and she was indeed afraid that she might hurt the child in her belly. If an imperial physician came to take a look, it would certainly be much safer. He had never thought that Xiao Xiao would play any tricks on the imperial physician. Firstly, with Xiao Xiao's character, it was not worth it. Secondly, Hong Ying was only pregnant. If there really was a problem, she could very well invite another physician to take a look. It was not so easy to fake this kind of thing. Jiang Quan's heart relaxed, but he did not notice Hong Ying's stiff expression. At this moment, he suddenly heard a young manservant hurriedly run in from outside, saying, "Master, bad news." "What's the matter?" Today's various matters had already caused Jiang Quan to be badly battered, and he had a feeling that he was unable to cope. When he suddenly heard these words, he impatiently roared. The young manservant jumped in fright, and somewhat timidly glanced at Jiang Quan before saying in a low voice, "A large group of people have arrived outside, each of them beating gongs and drums, carrying betrothal gifts, and handing out wedding candies outside the door. They say that after seeing second Mrs. body, they are willing to be second Mrs. husband. In the future, the Jiang Fu will be in-laws." "What?" Before Jiang Quan could reply, Jiang Su Su shrieked. At this moment, in the horse carriage that was following Xiao Xiao back to the Fu, Lu Zhu asked, "Miss, wouldn't doing this be letting second Miss and fifth Yin Yang off too easily? Master will definitely think of a way to protect them. Wouldn't Mrs.'s efforts be in vain?" "It won't be." Jiang Yuan looked at the refreshments and tea that had been arranged on the small table in the horse carriage. Xiao Xiao's horse carriage had everything she needed, and he was very considerate, making people feel extremely comfortable. Even the desserts were made according to her favorite taste. Second sister yearns for nothing more than to marry into a noble family and enjoy power, but from now on, she will lose her qualifications. She will even become the type of person she despises the most. In this world, there is no one who can always be at the top. Not being able to be at the top is more painful than killing her. Jiang Yuan said indifferently, "As for Hong Ying, do you really think that Jiang Quan will let her off?" On the surface, Jiang Quan appeared noble and virtuous, but in reality, his heart was not forgiving. Hong Ying dared to deceive Jiang Quan regarding the issue of his children, which was a great taboo of Jiang Quan. Hong Ying's fate would not be very good. Greed was not enough, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Everyone had to pay the price for their own greed. It was just that Hong Ying's price was a little too high. "You can't escape," she said. Chapter 166. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world, not to mention a young lady of a noble family who had been seen naked in public. That day, rumors and slanders quickly spread through the streets and alleys of the capital. However, when it rains, it pours. This piece of news was not enough. Heaven seemed to think that the Jiang Fu was not troublesome enough, and at the same time, another piece of gossip was released. In Jining Wang Fu, Jiang Yuan was sitting at the table drinking tea. The high-quality Guzhou purple bamboo shoots paired with the exquisite peony tea bean paste was just the right amount of sweetness, and it was not greasy or annoying. The cooks in Jining Wang Fu were all first-rate. The food was simple and exquisite. Even the imperial kitchen in the palace might not be able to come up with such good things. The servants in the Fu told Lu Zhu that the old Jining Wang was a person who paid attention to how he lived his life. These cooks were carefully gathered from outside. However, since the old Jining Wang couple left, Xiao Xiao's temperament was cold and cheerless, and his food was even more simple. These cooks had always been heroes but had no place to display their skills. Now that a young madam had finally arrived, they naturally used all their skills to please her. They only hoped that they would be fated with Jiang Yuan and have more opportunities to display their culinary skills in the future. Although this reason was somewhat laughable, Lu Zhu's heart gradually calmed down. This was because all of these people's words revealed one piece of information, and that was that the servants of Jinying Wang's Fu sincerely wanted Jiang Ruan to be the young madam. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Now, the few servant girls were most worried about Jiang Ruan. Jinying Wang Fu could be considered a high-ranking marriage, and Xiao Xiao naturally had nothing to say. However, they could not stand the servants bullying the master. Now, the servants in the Fu treated Jiang Ruan with respect. Looking at Jinying Wang Fu and Xiao Xiao, from beginning to end, they could not find a single bad thing. Jiang Ruan was drinking tea when she saw Lien Xiao walk in from outside. She smiled and greeted, "Mississippi." Jiang Ruan responded. Lien Xiao placed the freshly picked flowers into a large vase with gold and phoenix embroidery. Although Jinying Wang Fu's embroidery was outstanding, perhaps because Xiao Xiao's temperament was too cold, he always felt that there was no embellishment and seemed a little bleak. Originally, Xiao Xiao was not a big deal. In the future, Jiang Ruan would also live in Jinying Wang Fu, so Lien Xiao thought that she should add some color. After all, men and women have different thoughts. Even if he plucked a few flowers and put them in a vase, wouldn't it still look a little more human? "Miss," Lien Xiao said as she arranged the flowers, "I have heard of a major event outside today. Can you guess what it is?" Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, there was still a hint of joy on her face, and her eyes couldn't help smiling. Jiang Ruan glanced at her and asked, "Did something happen to Hongying?" "Young miss is really amazing." Lien Xiao was dazed for a moment, and then, like a wisp of smoke, she ran in front of Jiang Ruan. Blinking her eyes, she said, "Isn't that right? Today, when this servant went out, I heard that everyone on the streets and alleys were talking about this matter. They said that master kicked concubine Hong and caused her to miscarry." "Miscarriage?" Jiang Ruan's expression flickered. "It's a long story." Hongying sat down on a small stool at the side and began to talk about this matter with great interest. Her manner was almost like that of a storyteller in a restaurant. She said, "I heard that yesterday, fifth concubine ran around the whole day, and master invited the imperial physician from the palace to examine fifth concubine's body. At first, she was fine, but when the imperial physician was about to arrive, fifth concubine suddenly said that she was extremely unwell, and only wanted to quickly sleep. This master is also an astute person, and immediately felt that something was wrong, so he argued with fifth concubine." "Who knew?" Lien Xiao kept Jiang Ruan in suspense. She wanted to arouse Jiang Ruan's curiosity, but when she raised her head, she saw that Jiang Ruan's expression didn't change at all, as if she had already expected this matter. She angrily touched her nose and continued, "Who knew that 2 big cotton pillows would fall out of fifth concubine's stomach?" When Lien Xiao talked about this matter, her eyebrows were beaming with joy. She gestured and said, "At that time, master found out that he had been deceived, and in the blink of an eye, he gave her a heavy kick, and then—" Lien Xiao coughed twice. "Here comes the most important part." Fifth concubine let out a blood-curdling scream, and mournfully said, "You heartless person, how dare you treat me like this?" Master said, I have treated you with absolute sincerity, but you have failed me. I have broken my heart." "Stop, stop, stop." Jiang Ruan stroked her forehead. Lien Xiao's narration was like a storybook, and those who didn't know better would have thought that she had seen it with their own eyes. If she continued, the servants of Jinying Wang Fu would gather around to listen to the ready-made storytelling, and she wouldn't even have to pay. She said, "You don't have to say these things." Lien Xiao was very regretful that she couldn't display her talent as a storyteller, but she still honestly said, "Then master kicked her, and fifth concubine saw red." Coincidentally, the imperial physician arrived at this time, and he took a look. Master's kick was very good, and the child in fifth concubine's stomach was gone. It was a real child, and it wasn't even 3 months yet. Jiang Ruan pondered for a moment, and then said, "So that's how it was." It turned out that on that day, when the imperial physician was about to arrive, Hong Ying, no matter how calm she was, still panicked. When people panicked, it was easy for them to make stupid mistakes. If it was in the past, Hong Ying could be considered as a smart person, and she definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. Yesterday, she must have been so nervous that she had made up such a clumsy excuse. Although Jiang Quan doted on Hong Ying, it didn't mean that he was a fool who could be easily deceived. Moreover, after the incident with Xia Yan, Jiang Quan was sensitive about matters related to children. As soon as he suspected Hong Ying, he became aggressive, and Hong Ying exposed herself during the dispute. How could Jiang Quan not be angry? Being played by his own woman again and again, how could Jiang Quan swallow this insult? No matter how much he usually doted on Hong Ying, at present, in his eyes, Hong Ying's crime was unforgivable. Who knew that by a freak combination of factors, Hong Ying herself didn't know when she was really pregnant? Thinking that she had been holding on to a fluke, she had used some tiger wolf medicine when she was pretending to be pregnant, and this tiger wolf medicine just happened to take effect at this time. Hong Ying was really pregnant, but it was gone with one kick from Jiang Quan. The imperial physician who had been treating Hong Ying also didn't have any control over his mouth. Perhaps he felt that the Jiang family's matter was really something worth joking about, so he turned around and told his colleagues about it. There were so many imperial physicians in the palace. Some were related to the nobility, while some were born in poverty. Because of this, in a short period of time, the news that Jiang Quan had kicked his concubine and caused her to miscarry became known to everyone, from the noble families to the common people. It really did shake the capital. Jiang Ruan lowered her eyes. Jiang Ruan's eyes drooped. In her previous life, Hong Ying had already been unable to put up a fight against Xia Yan at this time, not to mention having children. If she didn't have any other desires in this life, perhaps she would still be able to live a good life. Now, her hopes for the rest of her life had been destroyed. Jiang Quan would absolutely not show mercy to a woman who had turned him into a joke. One could well imagine Hong Ying's fate. However, at present, the one who was suffering the most should be Jiang Quan. Imperceptibly, there had already been a slight estrangement between him and Jiang Chao. The Jiang family had not prospered, and Jiang Quan had valued the child in Hong Ying's womb so much. Now that the child had died by his own hands, to a person like Jiang Quan, it was undoubtedly a huge blow. Lien Xiao continued, "Miss, please listen. Fifth Yin is like this, second miss is still busy. Since noon yesterday, there have been many people surrounding the Fu's entrance, asking to marry second miss, saying that second miss's body had been seen by them, and that they had to take responsibility. No matter what, these people could not be chased away, so they called for the imperial bodyguards to come and rescue them. They lay at the entrance, crying to the heavens and wiping the earth, saying that the Jiang Fu treated human life like grass. Master was furious, so he apologized in front of everyone and said that second miss would be sent to the temple to become a sister-in-law. When second miss heard this, she fainted and quarreled with Master, but Master was determined to not care. Today, Master has already sent second miss to the family temple 100 li away. It is said that she is going to cut her hair and become a sister-in-law. Being a sister-in-law is really too good for her. Lien Xiao said indignantly, she should really be married to those people. However, Master has always doted on second Mississippi. This action has undoubtedly ruined second Miss's life. It is shocking. How could it be? Jiang Ruan said indifferently. Lien Xiao heard something strange in her voice and raised her eyes to look. However, she was startled by the coldness in Jiang Ruan's eyes. She only heard Jiang Ruan say, "He has spent a lot of effort to pave the way for second younger sister." Wasn't that right? If Jiang Su really married one of these street thugs, her life would be ruined. However, if she cut her hair and went to the temple to become a sister-in-law, it would at least preserve the Jiang family's face. It would also give Jiang Su a way out, so that her face would not always be trampled on by others. Away from the secular world of the capital, Jiang Su Su would gradually fade out of people's sight until an opportunity for Jiang Su Su to return to the capital appeared. When Jiang Su Su could return to the capital again, it would naturally be when the battle for the throne had ended, the late emperor had passed away, the new emperor had ascended the throne, and the great cause of Xuanli had been completed. At that time, Jiang Quan would probably be rewarded. With fame and power as a guarantee, who would care about Jiang Su Su's past? Jiang Quan had made a good move. In the previous life and this life, he had paved the way for this daughter of his step by step, ensuring that she would be safe and sound. In her previous life, Jiang Su Su had once said that she could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Little did she know that in this life, Jiang Su Su was also a grain of sand in her eyes. In this life, she was vicious and merciless. What she could not stand the most was the scene of a benevolent father and a filial son. Jiang Quan had made a good move, but she did not want to fulfill it. Lian Xiao, go out and tell Jin Air. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes, I want to ask him to help me with something. The secret guards in the Fu, Jin Air and Jin San, could not be too far away from Jiang Wan. Lian Xiao responded and asked, what does Miss want to tell Jin Air? Lian Xiao searched outside for a long time but did not see Jin Air. Instead, she saw another person dressed as an imperial bodyguard from afar. This person was somewhat familiar, but Lian Xiao could not remember where she had seen him before. In any case, he was Xiao Xiao's subordinate. She stepped forward and inquired, this person, do you know where Jin Air is? That person turned around. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were bright. He could be considered handsome, and he stared at Lian Xiao for a long time without moving. Lian Xiao felt a little strange from his stare. Her shrewish temper flared up, and she frowned and said, what are you looking at? Just now, it was you who was telling a story inside. The man said. Although his expression was not inappropriate, there was a hint of ridicule in his words. Lian Xiao was startled, and immediately said angrily, what does it have to do with you? You actually dared to eavesdrop. Later, I will tell Mississippi. When His Highness finds out, let's see if he doesn't punish you. This man was none other than Yi Feng. These past few years, he had been given the cold shoulder by Xiao Xiao to gather information in the Yi Bao Pavilion. His days could be considered dull and tedious. However, without his master's permission, he could not come out on his own. These past few days, Xiao Xiao had summoned him back for the first time. It seemed that he was about to set out and wanted to instruct him to do some things. Just now, when he was outside, he heard Lian Xiao talking to Jiang Wan about the matters in the Jiangfu. He was very surprised that this servant girl had such a sharp tongue. If he had such a clown by his side when he was on a mission, he would not have noticed the slightest bit of boredom. Now that he heard Lian Xiao mention Jiang Wan, his eyebrows twitched. Previously, it was because he had mistaken her for someone else. Because of Jiang Wan, Xiao Xiao had given him the cold shoulder for a few years. Now that Jiang Ruan's status was even higher, and she was about to become the young madam of Jining Wang Fu, if he were to offend her, no, even if he were to offend the young madam's servant girl, with Xiao Xiao's wife-protecting temperament, he was afraid that he would not let him off lightly. Immediately, he said, it was my fault. Why are you looking for Gina? Young madam has something for him to do. Lian Xiao had a straightforward temperament and was not a person who fussed over minor matters. Since Yi Feng had already apologized, there was no need for her to keep harping on it. He has a mission, and is currently not in the Fu. Yi Feng said. Lian Xiao frowned, then when can he return to the Fu? Tomorrow night. Yi Feng said, why, is there an urgent matter? Tomorrow night will be a little late. Lian Xiao bit her lip, her expression somewhat anxious, why does he have to go out at this time? Yi Feng was curious, if there's anything, it would be the same for me to do it. You. Lian Xiao gave him a sidelong glance and shook her head, I really can't trust you. As she looked at him from the corner of her eye, her eyes unconsciously emitted the charm of a young girl. The few servant girls by Jiang Ruan's side all had relatively outstanding appearances. Bai Ji was dignified, Lian Xiao was shrewd, Lu Zhu was clever, and Tian Zhu was cold and cheerful. Each had their own unique flavor. Among these few, Lian Xiao and Lu Zhu were the most popular among men. They had not been in Jining Wang Fu for a long time, but Xiao Xiao's subordinates were very attentive to Lian Xiao and Lu Zhu. The women that Yi Feng usually met were either as cold and cheerless as those in the genie guards, or as flirtatious as those in the brothel. It was rare to see a woman with such a straightforward and shrewd temperament, whose every move was true to her nature. At present, she had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, and because she was slightly sullen, her lips were slightly red, making her face even more flushed. Immediately, his heart stirred, and without waiting for Lian Xiao to speak, he grabbed Lian Xiao's wrist. "You can't trust me? But I will make you trust me this time." After saying this, he grabbed Lian Xiao and leaped out of the courtyard, ignoring Lian Xiao's panic-stricken screams. On the roof, Jin San spat out a blade of grass that he was chewing and only said one word, "Silly." Jin Si pursed his lips and patted her sleeve. "Let's go and get to work." The area around Mount Yunding was overgrown with weeds and trees. The entire journey was a muddy path, and as the carriage rumbled along, it splashed muddy water from time to time. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and they were still quite a distance away from their destination. There was not even a place to rest, and there was not a single family that they could stay in for the night. Tonight, the carriage was destined to spend the night in the wilderness. Even so, the carriage's decoration could be considered magnificent, and at least from the outside, it looked very comfortable. The coachman was also very experienced, and he did his best to minimize the bumps and potholes along the way. It could be said that he had taken great care of the carriage. The head guard said, "Let's rest here." In the carriage, Jiang Su's face was pale, and her expression was full of indifference. Seeing this, Dragonfly comforted her softly, "Miss, it's getting late. Have some soup and rest." Ever since Butterfly had been sold to a brothel by Jiang Su because of the Zai chariot incident, Jiang Su had never promoted the second-rank servant girls. The first-rank servant girl had always been lacking a position, and it had always been Dragonfly who served by her side. Dragonfly could be considered Jiang Su's confidant, and she was very loyal to Jiang Su. Usually, she would help out with some ideas, but she did not expect that Jiang Su would fall to such a state. She was a servant girl, so naturally, she had to share the joys and sorrows with her miss, even if she had to go to the family temple to be a nun. However, Dragonfly also understood in her heart that Jiang Quan's love for Jiang Su for so many years was not fake. Going to the temple to be a nun was only a temporary measure. After all, Jiang Su's reputation had been ruined, and there was no benefit in staying in the capital. In the future, when these rumors gradually subsided, they would find an opportunity to bring Jiang Su back to the Fu, and everything could be restarted. Dragonfly had tried to persuade Jiang Su with these words, but Jiang Su would not listen. Last night, Jiang Quan had drugged Jiang Su's food. Early this morning, when Jiang Su woke up in the carriage, she was already powerless. After beating and scolding her, at first, she was on the verge of collapse. Later, she thought of something and gradually calmed down, but her expression was strangely cold. Dragonfly did not think much of it, only thinking that Jiang Su had probably thought it through and understood the pros and cons. In short, it would be fine as long as she did not make a fuss. Jiang Su glanced at the soup that Dragonfly had handed over and said, "I know. Tell those guards to stay away, I don't want to stay with these servants." Dragonfly thought for a while, then got down from the carriage and ordered those guards to stay away. After all, there would not be too much danger outside, and if anything did happen, these guards would be able to make it in time. By the time Dragonfly returned to the carriage, Jiang Su had already finished drinking the soup in her bowl. She said to her, "It's a little coarse, you should drink some too." Dragonfly glanced at Jiang Su, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Although she was Jiang Su's confidant and Jiang Su usually treated her generously, Jiang Su was a person who was born to be a cut above others. Even Jiang Wan did not fancy her, let alone a servant. Speaking to Dragonfly so calmly, Dragonfly was still very surprised. "You don't need to look at me like that," Jiang Su lowered her head and said, "Now, I am just a young lady in the temple, not some official's family's Mississippi. There is no difference between our statuses." Hearing Jiang Su say this, Dragonfly thought that she was still angry about this matter, and said, "Miss, please do not say this. Today's bitterness is only temporary. Miss, after all, is the minister's Fu's miss, and this servant will always be Mrs. Servant." Jiang Su smiled slightly, "What you said is very good. Drink some soup, you have worked hard with me today." She had said this several times, so Dragonfly could not refuse again. She picked up the bowl and drank the soup. After she finished drinking, she saw that Jiang Su was staring at her without blinking. Dragonfly felt a chill run down her spine from Jiang Su's stare, and whispered, "Miss, do you have any instructions?" Jiang Su sighed, "Dragonfly, do you think I am beautiful?" "Miss is naturally beautiful, and in the whole capital, there is no other beauty like Mississippi," Dragonfly said. These words were not flattery. Jiang Su was originally beautiful, and after practicing the art of charm, she became even more beautiful. "I am so beautiful, how can I be a young lady?" Jiang Su suddenly asked. "Mississippi." Dragonfly was stunned. "I won't become a sister-in-law." A strange smile appeared on Jiang Su's lips. "I'm so beautiful. Naturally, I'll be able to find a place to stay and obtain the highest position. How can my appearance be wasted?" Dragonfly was somewhat uneasy by Jiang Su's strange expression. She wanted to speak, but suddenly felt dizzy. Unable to support herself, she fell onto the small table in the carriage. "Mississippi. You drugged me. I will not be a young lady." Jiang Su laughed. Dragonfly understood what she wanted to do and said with all her strength, "Not good." Her voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened and she stared at Jiang Su in disbelief. The dagger in Jiang Su's hand was dripping with blood. She pulled hard, and Dragonfly's body softened and collapsed. Her mouth was open, like a beached fish. She could only helplessly make a rustling sound, but she could not form a sentence. Jiang Su did not even look at her. "Miss, I was thinking of sparing your life for so many years of service, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness. You are really a dog that is blocking the way." After saying this, she started to take off Jiang Su's outer clothes. The guards outside heard the commotion from afar and wanted to come over to ask, but they heard Jiang Su say loudly, "Go, throw these out." Then, under the dim moonlight, Dragonfly came out with a tray. Seeing this, the guards returned to their original positions, laughing and drinking, and no longer looked over. Jiang Su ran for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. When she saw the entrance to the forest in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took off her outer clothes, which were still stained with Dragonfly's blood, and threw them on the ground. She clenched the letter in her sleeve. When she woke up today, she did not know who had nailed a letter to the carriage. The letter only said that he had longed for her for a long time and did not want to see her sent to the temple. He was willing to become her shelter and arrange for her to be under his wing. The letter had a faint smell of peach blossom ink. It should have been written by a wealthy family. Looking at the handwriting, it was also romantic. Although Jiang Su did not know who this person was, she guessed that he should be the son of a noble family. Presumably, he was one of the people who had longed for her in the past. In the past, Jiang Su would have disdained him. But now that even Jiang Quan had given up on her, this person was like a life-saving straw. She firmly believed that she could use her beauty to capture this person's heart. In the future, she would naturally be able to climb up step by step. It was better than being a sister-in-law. This person had also attached a knockout drug, which was why she had used this method. This person wanted her to wait in the forest, but she did not know when he would come. At this moment, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was somewhat gloomy, and Jiang Su could not help but feel a little afraid. Just as she was panicking, she heard footsteps behind her. Jiang Su was delighted and hurriedly turned around, saying, "Is it the young master who wants to save Su who has come?" The person's footsteps paused. At this moment, the moonlight shone down and Jiang Su's body stiffened. This was because she could clearly see that the person who had come was only a middle-aged man with a terrible scar from his forehead to the corner of his eye. When he saw her, the corner of his mouth snorted and suddenly revealed a lewd smile. Chapter 167. Xian Pei smiled as he swept his gaze over the people in the courtyard. When those eyes fell on them, they did not know why, but they felt that this child was overbearing and did not dare to look directly at him. Unexpectedly, they were awed by his imposing manner. Xian Pei slowly opened his mouth and said, "One has been beaten to death. You will take over the position of personal palace maid." He casually pointed at an unfamiliar palace maid in the crowd. That palace maid had only been assigned to Xian Pei courtyard 2 days ago, and was still a third-rank palace maid. Suddenly, she was promoted to a first-rank palace maid. She immediately bowed and said, "This servant Mingyu thanks your highness for your grace." You. Lu Zhu was both embarrassed and anxious. She made a pose to hit her, and the two of them quarreled in the room. Perhaps because today's request had gone smoothly, Jiang Ruan's lips also overflowed with a smile. If it had been her, if it had been her. Jiang Su's heart trembled. What would Jiang Quan do? He probably would not have the courage to acknowledge her, and would have turned and left as a stranger. If it had been a few years ago, Jiang Su would certainly have believed that Jiang Quan would disregard everything to save her. However, ever since the incident with Xia Yan, and the matter of Jiang Quan making her his sister-in-law, Jiang Su's heart had grown estranged from Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan was so selfish, and only cared about the Jiang Fu's reputation. Would he really disregard everything for her? The eunuchs and palace maids in this courtyard were a mix of crooks and honest folk. There were very few who had not bullied Xian Pei before, but now, they looked down and did not dare to say another word. After witnessing Xian Pei's methods, how could they dare to have any other thoughts? They could only be terrified. The man spat, but did not move in the slightest. He only laughed sinisterly and said, "The things that I, Blade Scarly, have set my eyes on have never flown away." A high-ranking official in the capital? Can a high-ranking official in the capital raise such a shameless young lady? Are you trying to scare me into not knowing? Young lady, today, even if you say that you are a nuisance princess, I will still take care of you all the same. This was a bandit's lair located deep in the mountains. The people who lived in this village were all burly men like these bandits. There was not even a single old person or child. Of course, there were also some women who were captured from outside. These women had no status here. They were like objects that could be given to others at will. They even had to serve many men at once. Therefore, the lifespan of women here would not be too long. No one could withstand such inhumane torture. From time to time, the men here would go down the mountain to bring some new women up, and everyone was used to it. However, it was rare to see a high-class woman like Scarface Lee. Everyone was envious of Scarface Lee. When they gathered together, they would say some superficial sour words. No. No. Jiang Su wanted to escape, but her whole body had long been tormented by Dao Scarface Lee to the point where she didn't have a trace of strength left. How could she have any extra energy left? Immediately, she was pushed down by Scarfacely. It seemed that ever since that day when Jiang Yuan had helped Xian Pei out of his predicament in front of Princess He, Xian Pei had begun to slowly change. The palace maid did not understand how such a small matter could change Xian Pei. Or perhaps, Xian Pei had always been pretending, and that matter was just a prelude. Now, he had decided to tear off his mask and show his true face. Alone on the bed, Jiang Su's tears silently flowed down her cheeks. She did not know how things had turned out this way. The young master who had come to rescue her had not appeared, and she had been taken back to the bandits' lair by the mountain bandits. Whenever she recalled the scene just now, Jiang Su could not help but tremble all over. Dao Scarfacely was a demon, and his actions were extremely heavy. Moreover, he had taken possession of her body. Jiang Su painfully closed her eyes and grabbed the quilt under her hands. Now that she was living like this, there was no hope of escaping. If she became the exclusive property of such a person, it would be better to be a nun in a temple. Jiang Su saw that this person was so stubborn, and the young master in the letter had not come after so long. She panicked and turned to run out, shouting loudly for help, "Someone, help me." Mingyu thought for a moment. It was Hong and Junju who said that His Highness lacked someone who knew martial arts by his side, so master sent this servant here. When they returned to the room, Lien Qiao recounted everything that had happened today to Jiang Yuan. At the end, she said, "Miss, this servant acted on her own accord. Please punish me." After standing for a while, Yi Feng seemed to remember something and hurriedly flew away. In a hidden cave a few miles away, a young woman was sitting in the same place, glaring at him. Seeing him return, she finally heaved a sigh of relief, but the first thing she asked was, "Has the matter been settled?" The night was as dark as ink. In the depths of the forest, there was a village. At this moment, there were still some voices, accompanied by some noisy clamor and vulgar curses. A group of shirtless men squatted at the door, and there were some wine pots scattered on the ground. In the midst of the overwhelming smell of alcohol, one of them said, "I heard that Dao Scarfacely brought a woman back today. That woman looks pretty good. What kind of family did the mountain bandits have?" Their temperament was crude, and it was even more impossible for them to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. When Jiang Su entered the mountain bandits' lair, she had encountered a group of tigers and wolves. Those mountain bandits had always been generous to women. Jiang Su was naturally arrogant and would certainly not serve the man tenderly. Thinking about the consequences of angering the man, Yi Feng could not help but sigh for Jiang Su. Jiang Su was startled, and in her heart, she understood that this person was definitely not the one who had sent the letter. Looking again at this person, who was dressed in plain clothes and had a fiendish appearance, she could not help but feel her legs tremble. However, she still forced herself to calm down and said, "What do you want? Do you know who I am? My father is a high-ranking official in the capital. Take advantage of the fact that my bodyguards have not arrived yet, and quickly scram." Lien Qiao turned her face away and softly cursed at her bad luck, but her face quietly reddened. Seeing this, Yi Feng also felt somewhat awkward. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became somewhat strange. Yi Feng coughed lightly and said, "Let's go back to the Fu." "I don't blame you." Jiang Yuan said, "Yi Feng would have done the same thing. After all, he is Xiao's man." The servants looked at each other in dismay, and a few palace maids glared at Mingyu before taking their leave. Xian Pei turned to enter the room and sat down at the desk in the room. Mingyu closed the door and entered as well, standing in front of Xian Pei. Only then did Xian Pei raise his head and look at Mingyu. "Did Jining Wang send you?" Hearing this, Xian Pei became even happier. Squinting his eyes, he smiled and said, "Of course, she is my." His words suddenly paused before he continued, "I am the person who will testify for her." That palace maid looked at Xian Pei with some disbelief. She did not know whether Xian Pei was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. If he was really stupid, how could she, the spy, be pulled out so easily? If he was pretending to be stupid, Xian Pei clearly knew that she was from that side. How could he have the guts to easily punish her? What virgin? A big, fat man wiped the sweat off his forehead. I heard that when she was meeting her lover, she was seen by Blade Scarly. How can she be clean when she has already pledged her marriage to someone else? He revealed a wretched smile. It's just letting him have a taste first. When he's done playing, we can also get a share. Moreover, Blade Scarly's words just now had indeed pierced her heart. Indeed, once such a thing happened to the daughter of a wealthy family, if she was kidnapped by bandits, her entire life would be equivalent to being ruined. Even if she was finally brought back, most of the time, she would only be fed a pill. That woman would also be able to extricate herself, and her family would not have to be laughed at by others. Wishful thinking. Jiang Su sneered. Even at this moment, her attitude had not softened in the slightest. Her eyes were filled with the desire to peel off Dao Bali's skin and eat Dao Bali's flesh. When my father finds me, he will definitely not let you off. After the man left with Jiang Su, a person appeared in the forest. Under the moonlight, his features were clear. It was Yi Feng. He whistled, knowing that Jiang Ruan's task had been completed. Today, Jiang Ruan had merely borrowed his hand to deliver the letter to Jiang Su. As for the wilderness and forest area, the bandits had to pass through at night to return to their lair. As a member of the Genie Guard, Yi Feng knew this, but he did not know how Jiang Ruan, a lady, knew about it. However, in the end, he still somewhat admired Jiang Ruan's divine foresight. Perhaps because she and Jiang Su were both daughters of the Jiang Fu, she was also very familiar with Jiang Su's temperament. She actually knew that with Jiang Su's temperament, once she saw that letter, she would definitely escape and think of a way to not be a sister-in-law. Bai Ji saw Yi Feng standing outside the courtyard. She thoughtfully looked at Lien Qiao and softly said, "Let's go back to the room and talk." Yi Feng sighed in his heart. Jiang Ruan's method was really sinister. She had given Jiang Su hope, and then Jiang Su had personally witnessed this hope shattering in front of her eyes. One could imagine how devastated she was. Jiang Ruan did not let anyone directly kidnap Jiang Su, but only guided her slightly, piecing together a series of coincidences. Even if Jiang Quan finally investigated, he would only find out that Jiang Su had voluntarily escaped from the carriage. As for Jiang Su's ending, it was completely her doing. In the future, when Jiang Su thought of this matter, would her intestines turn green? The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids did not dare to make a sound, and motionlessly hung their heads. The palace maid kneeling on the ground was still pleading, "13th Highness," this servant was momentarily blinded by greed. "In the future, I will not dare to do it again. I beg your highness to spare this servant's life, for the sake of this servant serving your highness for so many years." In a dilapidated house in the village, after the thought-provoking voice had passed, there was a "pa" sound. Someone had used a match to light up the oil lamp in the house, and the optical fiber inside immediately lit up. A faintly smelly thin blanket was spread on the extremely dirty wooden bed. At this moment, the thin blanket was covered with stains, and a woman was lying on her back. That person laughed mischievously. Where did this young lady come from, coming to this desolate wilderness to meet her lover in the middle of the night? It's just that your little lover didn't keep the appointment tonight, making you sad for nothing. Why don't Laoi come and comfort you? But in this desolate wilderness, she had just run for a long time in order to shake off that group of imperial bodyguards. She was so far away that her voice only drifted a few times in the wilderness outside the forest before it dissipated. Immediately after, a strong force dragged her back from behind. Jiang Su was suddenly pulled from behind, and with a "pa" sound, a slap landed on her face. This person was not Jiang Quan, so naturally, he would not have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. With a heavy slap, Jiang Su almost fainted, and blood flowed from the corner of her lips. What do you want to do? Jiang Su Su was startled, and asked with trembling lips. When the two of them returned to Jining Wangfu, Lian Xiao had just walked into the courtyard when she saw Lu Zhu hurriedly coming to greet her. She looked her up and down, and upon seeing that she was fine, let out a sigh of relief. Where did you go? Why did you only return now? However, Lu Zhu looked at Lian Xiao with a grin and said, Sister Lian Xiao really cares about Guardyi. Why is it that your words are trying to absolve Guardyi? It can't be that your heart aches for him, right? The palace maid suddenly understood and screamed, Your Highness, don't. No. Immediately after, her mouth was gagged, and she struggled to whimper. A few sturdy old women dragged the palace maid away. Everyone was silent, and watched as that immature highness turned around and sat back on the chair by the door, as if nothing had happened. Yi Feng stood in the rustling cold wind and could not help but shiver. In his heart, he thought that this future young madam was indeed formidable. Her skill in killing people without spilling blood could be considered to have reached perfection. In the future, he must serve her carefully, and must not provoke her. Not to mention that the young master was making decisions for young madam, just young madam alone was enough to toy with the people of Jining Wangfu to death. You damned hussy, you dare to talk nonsense in front of a young lady. See if I don't tear your mouth apart. However, Lian Xiao was not a gentle person. She immediately replied in a shrewd manner, I don't know who was it that chatted and laughed with that Jiner every day. Today, you must have seen that you were embroidering a handkerchief. Is that handkerchief for Jiner? The man in the lead chuckled, Young lady, don't be afraid. Brother Dao Ba said that you don't understand the rules, so he specially sent us brothers to teach you the rules. Don't be afraid, we are very gentle. It's her. Xian Pei immediately sat up straight. His current stature was small, and when he sat on the oversized chair, it was rather comical. However, he appeared to be in an extremely good mood and said, I just knew that with Jining Wang's temperament, she would definitely not be so kind. She's still kind-hearted and considerate. Two palace maids stood on both sides with lanterns in their hands. Under the heavy curtain of night, the tender face of the child standing in the middle appeared somewhat gloomy under the light of the lanterns. He appeared even more delicate, just like the child of wealth in the stories. However, under that delicate and sweet appearance, there was a pair of eyes that were like an ancient well without ripples. The palace maid raised her head and met the child's gaze. Immediately, she was startled by those cold and serene eyes. She only felt that it was as if an evil spirit had crawled out from hell and had come out to claim the life of a murderer. Dao Bali was enraged and immediately sent a slap flying. This boorish man's strength was surprisingly great, and Jiang Su Su's head tilted to the side. Her sweaty hair stuck to her cheeks. Immediately, there was a salty and fishy taste in her mouth. Naturally, I won't blame him. Jiang Wan was somewhat amused, since it's done, then there's nothing else. Rest early. Her mind was in a mess, and the sharp pain in her body had not yet subsided when she heard the door being kicked open. Jiang Su Su thought that Dao Baoli had returned, and her body immediately trembled. Turning her head to look, she discovered that it was a few shirtless strangers who were striding towards her with large strides. Their eyes flashed with an unclear light. Xian Pei waved his hand and looked at Mingyu, you come in with me. Everyone else, withdraw. Every place had its own opportunities for marriage. For example, at this moment, in a corner of the palace, in the courtyard of the 13th prince's residence, Xian Pei stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the palace maid kneeling before him. That's right, I don't know what kind of luck he's walking on. Looking at her appearance, she's still a virgin. Another person said, he got lucky for no reason. Xian Pei slowly looked at her, is that so? Precisely because of this, the servant who has served me for so many years has such a filthy heart. Even if I spare you, in the future, I will definitely not be able to set the rules. Imperial father is a person who attaches the most importance to the rules. The hatred in Jiang Su's eyes immediately enraged Knife Scar Li. Without saying anything further, he slapped her again. You're still dreaming. Among the women who come to me, there are many young ladies from noble families. I see that you're still not sober. If you give your body to me today, even if your father, who is a high-ranking official, finds you in the future, will he tolerate you? Wealthy families are the most selfish, I have seen too many of them. In the end, I just pretended not to know you, that's all. You still dare to act pretentiously in front of me, it seems that you haven't learned your lesson. After saying this, he coldly snorted, and without even looking at Jiang Su, picked up the clothes on the table and left. Xian Pei noticed her expression and smiled slightly. So, it's not that I don't want to spare you, it's that I really have the heart but I'm powerless. After saying this, he indifferently turned around. The auspicious beast embroidered at the corner of his robe bared its fangs and brandished its claws, streaking across the night like a dark ray. His voice was accompanied by the sound of the wind in the moonlight as it floated over, carrying a childish cruelty. When the others heard this, they all revealed a tacit smile. The man looked her up and down, then suddenly laughed and said, "You're a fiery one, and you're also beautiful. Good, I have profited today. I'll bring you back to the mountain, and tonight we'll consummate our marriage." After saying this, regardless of Jiang Su's weak struggles, he carried her on his shoulder and walked towards the forest. Lian Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Imperial bodyguard, ye also wanted to help this servant, I hope that miss will not blame him." Today's matter, in any case, is settled. Xian Pei frowned, meddling in other people's business. The way he frowned was somewhat childish, like a child throwing a tantrum. Lian Xiao was still rubbing her nose when she suddenly felt a warmth on her body. She raised her head and saw that Yi Feng had taken off his outer robe and draped it over her body. He said, "Cough, today it's all my fault, I've implicated you." Jiang Su seemed to have finally reacted. She turned her head with difficulty and fiercely spat at Knife Scar Li's eye. Previously, it wasn't that everyone didn't think about it, but they just felt that the 13th prince was still a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was young and soft-hearted. Moreover, although this personal palace maid bullied her master, she had a glib tongue and was able to coax Xian Pei into a happy mood. It was inevitable that he would invite her over. Who knew that this little master would be so decisive and make a decision without even thinking about it? For a moment, the people in the courtyard couldn't help but ponder. Some were happy about this, while others were secretly alarmed and shouted that it was bad. This group of burly men were all middle-aged, and their bodies had more or less scars from knives and swords. Their appearances were also fierce and fiendish, and their bodies reeked of sweat and alcohol. It was a little disgusting. Yi Feng looked at Lian Xiao in astonishment. He originally thought that Lian Xiao's first words would be to scold him, but he didn't expect that her first words of concern would be the task. Yi Feng snapped his fingers. Naturally, it's settled. It was a windy night in the wilderness, and Lian Xiao was only wearing a thin emerald green dress. She couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Yi Feng's heart gave birth to a faint layer of guilt. Speaking of which, he was also impulsive today, directly kidnapping Lian Xiao. Lian Xiao couldn't return to the Fu for a long time, and she was afraid of delaying Jiang Ruan's matters. Helpless, she could only hand over the letter to him. In order to prove that he was indeed capable of handling such a small matter, Yi Feng ignored Lian Xiao's protests and brought Lian Xiao along. The second-rank palace maids in the courtyard originally wanted to take this opportunity to show off, but they didn't expect to be pushed away by a newcomer. They were all unhappy and wanted to say a few words. When they saw Xian Pei's smiling expression, they couldn't help but shiver. Thinking that this little master was no longer someone who could be easily fooled in the past, they could only suppress the indignation in their hearts and forcefully endure it. This woman's eyes were wide open, and her originally beautiful face was full of red marks and palm prints. It was obvious that she had suffered a great deal of abuse. As for her entire body, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh. Just looking at the purple marks would make one tremble. At this moment, her body was placed in an unbearable position, but she didn't move at all. She had already been tossed around until she didn't have a trace of strength left. Smelly whore, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Knife Scarly stretched out his hand and firmly pinched Jiang Su's chin. Such a beautiful face, I still want to keep it for a few more days to be happy. Knife Scarly sat up and looked at Jiang Su while putting on his clothes. When his gaze fell on Jiang Su's spotlessly white neck, he couldn't help but shift his gaze. He leaned over and kissed her fiercely. Beat her to death. There were many ways to torture people in the world, but it was rare to completely destroy their spirit. Jiang Su wholeheartedly wanted to climb into a noble family and live a superior life, but once she entered the mountain bandits' lair, she could no longer easily come out. Every day, she would have to live a lowly life. Wasn't that more painful than beating and killing her? Mingyu nodded. The palace maid just now was originally Xian Pei's personal palace maid. For so many years, she had been a slave who bullied her master. However, she had a backer behind her and could be considered an informer. It was just that she had always been by the side of the obscure 13th prince. Perhaps she felt that there was no future, so she acted unscrupulously. Since the last time he had helped Jiang Wan testify, Xian Pei's conduct had become somewhat unusual. Unfortunately, this palace maid had not noticed it and was still so arrogant. She didn't expect Xian Pei to be the first to use her as an example. He casually found a reason to beat her to death. She raised her head and once again looked at Xian Pei seriously. However, she was surprised to find that she really couldn't connect the young boy in front of her with the child in her memory. The child in front of her had not yet grown up, but he already had a faint aura of an emperor. That pair of eyes were as transparent as colored glass, but it was impossible to see the bottom of them. There was always a bright and beautiful smile on his face, even when he was reprimanded by others. He didn't show his joy or anger on his face. Had this child already reached such a stage of not showing his emotions? After accompanying this incompetent 13th prince for so many years, she had always thought that she could firmly grasp this prince in the palm of her hand. From a young age, he had often beaten and scolded her. She didn't know when, but this child seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer cowardly hid behind others, but instead, he made others feel intimidated. If this had happened to Xiao Xiao, it would have been like meddling in other people's business, but if it had happened to Jiang Wan, it would have been kindness and consideration. The difference was too big. Mingyu suppressed her laughter and said, "Your Highness and Junju must have been brought together by fate. Your expressions and mannerisms are 70% similar." When Jiang Su saw this, her heart went cold. She took 2 steps back and said, "Who are you?" Chapter 168. In the end, the matter of Jiang Su's inexplicable disappearance was exposed. The dozen or so imperial bodyguards who had followed her did not realize that something was wrong until dawn broke the next day. They called out a few times, but no one responded. Only then did they discover that there was only a dead servant girl in the carriage, and that the young miss was nowhere to be seen. When the dozen or so imperial bodyguards returned to the minister's fu in a panic and reported the matter to Jiang Quan was so angry that he almost fainted. However, the words of the imperial bodyguards were clear. Jiang Su had killed her personal servant girl, disguised herself as her personal servant girl, and escaped by herself. She could not blame anyone else. The people that Jiang Quan had sent also confirmed that this was indeed the case. Besides cursing the wicked girl, Jiang Quan could not say anything else. It was just that the dignified young miss of a fu had escaped by herself, and her whereabouts were unknown. It was not something that could be explained clearly. Those dozen or so imperial bodyguards could not be left alive, so Jiang Quan ordered them to be dealt with. Perhaps these imperial bodyguards knew that they had been wronged, and used some unknown method to expose this matter before they died. In a short time, the entire capital knew that Jiang Quan had lost his Fu's second Mississippi. During this period of time, the entire minister's Fu was in the eye of the storm. Walking on the streets and alleys, everywhere people talked, they could not escape the Jiang family's involvement. Jiang Quan was mad with anger, but it was difficult to stop everyone's mouths. Jiang Wan had been brought back to Jinying Wang Fu by Xiao Xiao, or she had been sent to the palace to accompany Empress Dowager Ida. In short, it was a drastic measure that Jiang Quan could do nothing about. In this way, Jiang Quan doubled the resentment in his heart and vented it on Hong Ying, who had suffered a miscarriage. Hong Ying's body was already weak, and Jiang Quan punched and kicked her every day, intending to torture her to death. Hong Ying knew that she had no way out, so one night, she swallowed gold and died. A concubine, who had lost favor, died. Jiang Quan did not even ask for a coffin to be prepared for her. He directly ordered an old woman to roll her up in a tattered mat and throw her into the mass grave. A beauty of a generation had passed away just like that, but it was hard to say whether it was a pity or something else. As a result, in such a large Jiang Fu, besides the eldest concubine who lived in seclusion, there were no other concubines. Because of this, Jiang Quan had suffered a great blow. He often stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. In the past, the sweet and tender voices of the young ladies formed a sharp contrast with the current cold and desolate atmosphere, making it seem that the entire Jiang Fu was gradually on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chao was even more anxious than Jiang Quan. Jiang Chao and Jiang Su Su were siblings born from the same mother. Jiang Su Su had been doted on since she was young, so Jiang Chao naturally doted on her. Although he was angry at Jiang Su Su for being so impulsive, he still asked Xianli for help and sent a group of people to search for Jiang Su Su's whereabouts. Now that he could be considered useful to Xianli, Xianli would naturally adopt the attitude of a virtuous ruler. Naturally he would do his best to help him. Xianli's men were indeed much more useful than the servants of the Jiang Fu. At least, the men that Jiang Quan had sent out had yet to find out her whereabouts. Xianli's men had already reported to Jiang Chao, replying to young master, "We have already found the whereabouts of the second Jiang Mississippi." At that time, Jiang Chao was practicing calligraphy in his study. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't calm down, and his handwriting was crooked. When he heard this, his hands suddenly trembled and a large drop of ink fell onto the snow-white Xian paper, enshrouding a large ink flower. He raised his head and anxiously asked, "Where is she?" "This." The guard looked somewhat awkward and did not speak for a long time. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Jiang Chao's heart. He no longer cared about anything else, grabbed the guard's collar and roared, "How is it?" Replying to young master. The guard was startled by Jiang Chao's appearance and no longer dared to conceal anything. He said, "The spies have come to report that the second young miss has been captured and brought to the mountain bandits' lair. At present, it has already been a few days." With a "pa" sound, Jiang Chao could no longer hold the brush in his hand. The fine white jade weasel bristle brush fell to the ground with a crisp sound. In the quiet room, it was particularly clear. The guard felt that the surrounding atmosphere was so stagnant that it was terrifying. He remained motionless and lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiang Chao's expression. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Jiang Chao's gnashing teeth could be heard saying, "Prepare the horse." "Young master." The guard was startled. When he met Jiang Chao's gaze, he could not help but stare blankly. That pair of slightly gloomy eyes were now filled with a deep hatred and madness. It was almost as if he would destroy everything in the next moment. That terrifying gaze, his expression was extremely calm. It was so calm that it was distorted. He said, come with me to save the second young Mississippi." Deep in the mountains, the sunlight seemed to be blocked by the dense canopy of trees. Only a few spots of sunlight shone down. The dilapidated village was like an abandoned pearl embedded in the mountains. It was already worn and black, but it still stubbornly remained in place. The door opened with a creak. A woman walked out from inside. This woman was wearing a coarse hemp garment that had been modified from a man's clothing. The trousers were too long and had been rolled up halfway, revealing a pair of white calves. However, those white calves were covered with bruises. The same was true for her arms and neck. The garment was too big. Even though it had been modified, it still did not fit her body. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. She had the elegant appearance of a fairy. However, because she was too haggard, she seemed to have aged a little. Her eyes were also filled with a thick greenish-black color, which greatly reduced her beautiful appearance. Her skin was fair and her figure was graceful. If she wore beautiful clothes and made up a little, she would definitely be able to outshine all the other beauties. Unfortunately, this woman now only looked like a haggard peasant woman. She carried a basket in her hand and walked out of the door. She walked to a small stream not far from the village and squatted down. From the basket, she took out pieces of clothing that reeked of alcohol and began to slowly scrub them. She washed very slowly. Because of this activity, her fair and tender hands were abraded. Her hands were red and swollen from being immersed in the ice-cold river water. It was obvious that she was not used to doing these things. Even so, she continued to scrub slowly. This woman was none other than Jiang Su. Around her, there were many women like her washing their clothes by the river. Not a single one of them was not wearing clothes that covered their bodies. Some of them were beautiful, while others were slightly mediocre. However, everyone's expression was the same. They showed a kind of numbness, as if they were already used to this kind of life. The sun rose from the east, but it did not bring the slightest bit of warmth. Jiang Su washed very seriously. Her eyes no longer had the disdain and ridicule from the first few days. Instead, they showed a kind of numb deference. These few days, she had been living a hellish life. The women in this village were the men's accessories. They were the tools for them to vent their anger. On a daily basis, they had to wash, cook, and mend clothes for them. If they did not do well, they would beat them. Mountain bandits never had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. It did not matter if you were a young lady from a big family or a little girl from a small family. If you did not satisfy them, they would beat you. Every woman in this place has been beaten. This was not the most painful thing. The most painful thing was that when night came, they had to serve several men at the same time. They were even worse than the women in the brothel. If the women in the brothel had a red card, they would still have to put on some airs. However, here, women had no dignity to speak of. When night came, these wild beasts only cared about venting their animal language. The lifespan of women here was not long. No one could endure such a long period of torment. It was not that they had not thought of escaping. However, the people here had their own way of dealing with women who ran away. They would catch them and beat them up. Then, they would lock them up and repeat the nightmares of the night. In just a few days, there was not a single part of Jiang Su's body that was unharmed. Among this group of women, her appearance was the best. Her skin was also the most delicate. Moreover, she was a newcomer. Almost every man was full of interest in her. Therefore, her days were exceptionally bitter. In a place like this, those so-called seductive techniques were useless. Seductive techniques were naturally very useful when used to deal with the sons of the aristocratic families. However, in this barren mountain and wilderness, other than arousing more men's bestial desires, it was useless. This was because these mountain bandits did not know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Deep in their bones, there was only tyranny and plunder. As a result, in a short period of time, Jiang Su's figure was thin and her bones stood erect. It was as if she had changed into another person. After she finished washing her clothes, she was about to return to the house to gather firewood to start a fire to cook. Unexpectedly, she had only walked halfway when she heard the sound of galloping horses. The leader of the group stopped the horse in front of her, flipped down, and called out, "Younger sister." Jiang Su raised her head somewhat sluggishly. It seemed that it took her a long time to clearly see the person in front of her. Stunned, she called out, "Older brother." Jiang Chao simply looked at Jiang Su in disbelief. In his heart, Jiang Su had always been untainted by a speck of dust. She was as beautiful as a fairy. There had never been a speck of dust on her body. Now, who was this dirty, haggard, and smelly woman? Was it still his younger sister, who was the most beautiful woman in the capital? Jiang Su looked at Jiang Chao and blinked her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes reddened and 2 streams of tears rolled down. Without caring about anything else, she hugged Jiang Chao tightly and cried, "Older brother, why did you only come now?" Being hugged by Jiang Su, the tip of Jiang Chao's nose was immediately filled with a nauseating stench. This pair of brother and sister had always lived a luxurious and pampered life in the Jiangfu. From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on the poor and considered themselves to be a cut above others. When Jiang Chao saw Jiang Su in such a sorry state, he was already shocked. When Jiang Su hugged him like this, he subconsciously reached out to push Jiang Su away. However, when he reached out, he was stunned. He stared blankly at the red marks on Jiang Su's neck. The scouts who had returned had reported that Jiang Su had been kidnapped and taken to the mountain bandits' lair for a few days. She was certainly no longer a virgin. However, thinking about it in his heart was different from seeing it with his own eyes. Looking at the marks on Jiang Su's body, the last trace of hope in Jiang Chao's heart flew away. His mind went blank and he was somewhat speechless. Jiang Su was completely unaware that the moment she saw Jiang Chao, she gradually walked out of the numb sadness and resignation of her fate from the past few days. There was only endless hatred in her heart, and her voice became sharp and distorted, "Older brother, you have to avenge me. You have to kill all the mountain bandits here. These mountain bandits, they are not human, they hit me. Older brother, kill them all." Jiang Su cried and laughed at the same time. Her voice was already on the verge of breaking down, but the hatred in her words did not diminish in the slightest. Jiang Chao was her older brother, so he had to avenge her. These dirty, smelly men would all become corpses later. As long as she thought of this, Jiang Su's heart was filled with joy. She said, "And those women, they have seen me. Not a single one of them can be left alive." She only cared about venting the pain in her heart these past few days and did not notice Jiang Chao's expression. Jiang Chao stared fixedly at the red marks on Jiang Su's neck. His gaze was blank and there was a trace of absent-mindedness in his eyes. Jiang Su had already become like this. Even if he brought her back, her body would no longer be pure. Originally, this younger sister was as beautiful as a fairy. It was highly possible that she would pave the way for his official career and the Jiang family's meteoric rise. She might even become the mother of the nation in the golden age of her youth. But now, all his plans had been ruined. Jiang Su's reputation was no longer known and she was no longer pure. Relying on her beauty, it was no longer possible for her to climb into a marriage that was beneficial to the Jiangfu. If today's matter were to spread out one day, Jiang Su would become the mountain bandits' plaything. The dignified daughter of the minister's office had actually lost her purity to a motley crew. If that happened, Jiang Su's existence would be a spark that could ignite a big fire at any time. Leaving her alive would be a hidden danger. Moreover, Jiang Chao's eyes darkened. Now that he was working under Xianli, he had already gradually improved. Xianli had also begun to put him in an important position. Because of Xia Yan's matter, he had already received a lot of advice from his colleagues. If there was another Jiang Su Su, it would be very difficult for his future official career to advance. Those colleagues who had been fighting with him both openly and covertly would certainly not let go of this opportunity to hit him when he was down. No, they might have already started to act. The news of Jiang Su Su's disappearance had already spread throughout the capital. If he could find Jiang Su Su, others would definitely be able to as well. He could not let Jiang Su Su's existence become his stumbling block. Jiang Chao's gaze fluctuated a few times, as if he had finally made a decision. He looked at Jiang Su Su, who had thrown herself into his arms, and reached out to stroke her somewhat dirty hair. He gently comforted her, "All right, I will kill them for you. Second brother will avenge you. These women, as well as the bandits, not a single one will be able to escape. I will send them all to see the King of Hell." Jiang Su Su tightly grabbed onto Jiang Chao's clothes and said, "There is also Jiang Ruan, that slut. If she had not schemed against me, how would I have ended up like this? Gij, I have fallen to this state all thanks to that slut. There is also Xiao Xiao, the two of them joined forces to harm me. If I do not avenge them, I am not a human." "All right," Jiang Chao's voice was so gentle that it could drip water. He lovingly patted Jiang Su Su's shoulder, as if he really was a kind and amiable elder brother. He comforted her, "Jiang Wan, Jiang Chao, and the General Fu, Jining Wang Fu, don't let a single one of them off. Gij will avenge you. These people hurt you, I want them all to accompany you in death." Jiang Su Su nestled in Jiang Chao's arms, feeling very happy in her heart, but she also ignored Jiang Chao's strange gaze. She asked, "Gij, when are we returning to the Fu?" "Returning to the Fu?" Jiang Chao said apologetically, "Younger sister, you cannot return to the Fu." "What?" Before Jiang Su Su could understand, she felt a chill in her chest. She looked down and saw that a snow-white sword had already pierced through her chest. The other end of the sword hilt was in Jiang Chao's hand. Jiang Chao pulled the sword back and Jiang Su Su spat out a mouthful of blood, her body softly falling to the ground. Everything had happened so quickly that she did not even have the time to ask why. She could only stare at Jiang Chao with wide eyes filled with unwillingness. Jiang Su Su would never have thought that the rescue that she had waited for in every possible way, would ultimately die in the hands of her own elder brother. "I'm sorry, Su Su," Jiang Chao averted his eyes, not daring to look at Jiang Su Su's corpse, "I cannot let you block my way. To achieve great things, one should not bother about trifles. Moreover, this is also to free you early." He sighed, "Don't be afraid, mother will soon come down to accompany you. You will not feel lonely. As for the matter that I have promised you, I will not forget to avenge you." At night, in a rural residence a few hundred miles away from the capital, in a dilapidated, pitch-black house, a figure sat quietly. The oil lamp had long since dried up. It was obvious that no one had come here to add oil to the lamp for a long time. The room was filled with the smell of death and decay. The woman was already very old, the white hair at her temples was stuck together by oil and dirt, messily unkempt at the back of her head. Her body also seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time, as if a layer of armor had formed over her entire body. Only a pair of large eyes vaguely revealed her former elegance, but it was only in the past. Xia Yan did not know how long she had stayed here. Day after day, no one spoke to her. Every day, she lived in seclusion in this place. There were no fresh fruits or vegetables, only rancid food, dirty blankets, and a damp roof. Sometimes she was crazy, and sometimes she was sober. Most of the time she was crazy, but right now she was sober. Today, she did not know why, but she felt an inexplicable sense of unease in her heart. An inexplicable sense of melancholy blocked her heart, as if something big was about to happen. She reached out her hand, which was covered in black mud, in vain and scratched the ground. However, she heard the door creak open. Xia Yan abruptly raised her head and saw a person walk in with a match in his hand and gently close the door. She had not seen light for a long time, and for a moment, the light was so dazzling that she could not clearly see the person in front of her. The person put the match aside and sat down. The light slowly subsided, and Xia Yan also began to adapt to this temporary light. She only heard a familiar voice say, "Mother." Xia Yan was shocked, and tears immediately flowed from her eyes. She had lived in this place day after day, being bullied, humiliated, and beaten, as if she had been forgotten by everyone. She had never imagined that her own son would appear in front of her, alive and well. She opened her mouth, but because she had not spoken for a long time, her throat made a dry sound. Seeing Xia Yan's appearance, Jiang Chao also seemed to be extremely shaken. Immediately after, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. "They actually treated you like this." Previously, Xia Yan had harbored a grudge against Jiang Chao because he had not come to see her, and because Chen Fang had said that the noble person would sooner or later kill her to keep her quiet. Now, seeing Jiang Chao's appearance, she did not have the slightest bit of anger. She thought that, after all, Jiang Chao was her son, and he would always side with her. It was all these wicked slaves who had acted on their own initiative. After all, Jiang Chao still recognized her as his biological mother. However, Xia Yan did not think that if he really cared about his biological mother, why had he not asked about her for such a long time? Even if Jiang Chao was usually very busy, it would have been good to send a servant to check on the situation. Just like when Jiang Wan had been sent to the rural residence to be bullied and humiliated, these people had only dared to run amok because they had seen Jiang Chao's indifferent attitude towards Xia Yan. Jiang Chao was not that stupid. Naturally, he knew that Xia Yan had been sent to the rural residence to be bullied, but he had remained indifferent. This person's inner selfishness had already reached the extreme. Although Xia Yan was vicious, she was a competent mother. Everything she had done was to pave the way for Jiang Chao and his sister. Unfortunately, these two siblings cared only about themselves and did not care about their biological mother. Jiang Chao glanced at Xia Yan and suddenly said, "Mother, younger sister is dead." Xia Yan was stunned and looked at Jiang Chao in shock. However, Jiang Chao continued, "She fell into someone else's trap and angered father. Father wanted to send her to the nunnery to be a nun, but she refused. Taking advantage of the night, she escaped and was caught in the mountain bandits' lair. She was raped and committed suicide." His words were spoken calmly, but every word was like a knife stabbing into Xia Yan's heart. Xia Yan let out a blood-curdling scream, but could no longer speak. Only 2 streams of tears fell incessantly. "Why did you not protect her?" she asked with great difficulty. "Protect her?" Jiang Chao sneered, "How could I have protected her? Mother is my and younger sister's mother, shouldn't she have protected us? Do you know how younger sister fell into someone else's trap? Younger sister wanted to seduce Jinying Wang and willingly become a concubine. Mother, do you know why younger sister, a dignified daughter, would willingly become a concubine? Because mother's reputation has been ruined. Up until now, no one has proposed marriage to younger sister. Jiang Wan, that slut, has already obtained the Empress Dowager's decree to marry Jinying Wang. Yet younger sister, because of mother's corrupt morals, no one is interested in her. Younger sister's current death was caused by mother." Xia Yan's entire body trembled as she looked at Jiang Chao in disbelief. At that time, she had clearly fallen into someone's trap. Even if others doubted her morals, Jiang Chao was her biological son. How could he say such a thing? What she did not know was that because his own reputation had been ruined, Jiang Chao could not lift his head in front of his colleagues. This matter was often used by others to slander him. Today, when Jiang Chao accused Jiang Su of dying because of her, he was actually venting his resentment. He blamed Xia Yan. "No, it wasn't me," Xia Yan said. Jiang Chao shook his head, "That's not important, mother. It's just that I promised younger sister that I would avenge her. Now that Jining Wang and Jiang Ruan's ranks are higher than mine, only if I advance in my career will I be able to avenge younger sister. He looked at Xia Yan, a strange light flashing in his eyes. As for mother, as long as you are alive, I will have a reason to be criticized by others and will never be able to be promoted in a dignified manner. Xia Yan took a long time to understand the meaning of Jiang Chao's words. She stared at her own son as if she did not know him. You want me to die? Since mother dotes on my brother and sister so much, I also want to fulfill younger sister's long-cherished wish. Right now, I really can't think of any other way. Jiang Chao's voice was low, but there was not a trace of guilt in it. Mother is an intelligent person, surely you wouldn't want that slut Jiang Wan to climb on top of your son's head. Unfilial son. Xia Yan gasped for air. Get lost. Jiang Chao shook his head. This time, I came because blood is thicker than water and I wanted to make mother feel better. Since mother is so ungrateful, I can only drop it. It's just that, some things, the process is not important, the result is important, isn't that right? You want to kill me? Xia Yan's eyes widened. No, I believe that mother will understand, isn't that right? He smiled slowly, revealing his spotlessly white teeth. However, he no longer had his previous bright and cheerful demeanor. Under the lamplight, he was like a crazed wild beast. He said, the beams in this room are high enough. Mother, using a life in exchange for a clean reputation, does mother know what's the most cost-effective? Without asking, he walked out the door. Chapter 169. The weather was getting colder. After an entire night of rain, the air was much fresher the next day. Baiji pushed open the window. On the branches in front of the window, there were still droplets of rain left over from last night's rain, sparkling and translucent, as they fell into the soil below. The room was immediately filled with the unique fragrance of soil after a rain. Jiang Wan washed up and had breakfast. She walked to the window, and Lu Zhu hurriedly entered the room. She placed the cup of rose tea on the table, blinked her eyes at Jiang Wan, and suddenly said in a low voice, Miss, De Furen is gone. Jiang Wan replied with an N and sat down on a chair by the window. The rose tea that Lu Zhu brought back looked extremely fresh and tasty, emitting a faint pink. Under the morning sun, it looked even more moist and lovely. She slowly picked up a piece, her snow-white fingertips holding the pastry, revealing a unique charm. Lu Zhu continued, second miss is also gone, and fifth Yinyang is also gone. 3 people had died in succession, but Jiang Ruan's expression did not change in the slightest, as if she had already predicted the outcome. A trace of weariness seemed to flash through her eyes, but it was so fleeting that no one noticed it. Wang Ye's spies saw it with their own eyes. Lu Zhu was somewhat anxious about Jiang Ruan's reaction, and quickly said, it was second young master who brought his men to find second miss, but somehow killed her. When he returned to the Fu, he told Laoi that second miss had been kidnapped by bandits and committed suicide. As for fifth Yinyang, she died by swallowing gold. Lu Zhu thought about it. De Furen is a little strange. I heard that last night, second young master went to the residence to visit Furen, and in the middle of the night, he was found committing suicide with a piece of white silk. However, for the time being, Laoi did not allow this matter to be made public. Jiang Ruan said faintly, it is not strange. Now that the Fu has come, 3 people have died. Hongying is one thing, but there is only one Yinyang. The sudden death of the Jiang Fu's second miss and the Jiang Fu's Furen will inevitably lead to speculation. Now that the rumors about the Jiang Fu are widespread in the capital, my father is very cautious and will naturally not add fuel to the fire at this time. Lu Zhu suddenly understood, so that's how it is. But why did De Furen commit suicide? Also, that second young master, in order to free second young miss, he killed her. This is really too much. A trace of ridicule flashed through Jiang Ruan's eyes, and her tone was frighteningly cold. He did not do this for the sake of freeing Jiang Su as soon as possible. He just doesn't want Jiang Su to become a stumbling block in his career. As long as Jiang Su is alive, she may become evidence that he will be criticized by others in the future. My second brother wholeheartedly wants to climb up, so of course, he will destroy this evidence with his own hands. Dewdrop sucked in a breath of cold air. She hadn't thought of this much. This was because no matter how Jiang Chao and his sister treated Jiang Ruan, the two of them would always stand on the same front. The affection between siblings was not fake. Who would have thought that Jiang Chao would abandon and kill his own sister for his own selfish desires? This was truly terrifying. Although Dewdrop was born in the streets and was more knowledgeable than Baiji and Lian Xiao, she was, after all, kind-hearted by nature. She could not associate herself with such dark and filthy things. She had always held the view that humans were good by nature. However, Jiang Ruan was different. To a certain extent, she was extremely suspicious of human nature and firmly believed that humans were evil by nature. Things that were difficult for others to consider, when it came to her, would naturally occur to her. She continued, as for Furin's death, it was only because of second brother's instigation. Now, second brother can be considered to have broken a jar and smashed it. He does not care about the path of retreat, so he obviously wants to go all out. I'm afraid that very soon, he will be doing something big. When Dewdrop heard Jiang Ruan's words, she was startled and said, then, are they preparing to deal with Miss? I'm just afraid that they won't make a move. Jiang Ruan smiled faintly, but that smile, in Dewdrop's eyes, was somewhat cold. She said, I also want to see who will be the winner in this battle. Dewdrop did not speak, but after a moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said, Miss, Nubi heard from Jiner that in less than 10 days, Xiao Wangye will be going to war. Jiang Ruan slightly paused and lowered her eyes. 10 days, so fast. Xiao was reading a report in his study. The military intelligence that had been sent from the frontier on horseback was full of danger everywhere. Just by looking at it, one could already feel the tension of the situation. Jiang Xing's whereabouts were unknown, and Guan Lianghan was injured. The morale of the army was at a low ebb, and the Jin army had, for some unknown reason, repeatedly changed their tactics, attacking with the element of surprise. If this continued, the remaining soldiers would be completely wiped out. On his left was a map of the army's formation. Even if they were 1,000 miles away, they still had to control the overall situation. Everyone knew that Jinying Wang was a young hero who commanded 300,000 genie guards, but no one had seen his wisdom in deciding victory from 1,000 miles away and strategizing strategies. It would take more than a month to travel from the capital to the frontier. Now, he could only temporarily pick up a brush and write down a defensive plan to send to the frontier. For the time being, he could temporarily hold on until he personally arrived on the battlefield and then kill the enemy while they were unprepared. The room was silent, and all the genie guards had retreated. He had not slept a wink all night as he carefully studied the enemy's formation. Up until now, he had not eaten anything. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Xiao frowned as he smelled the aroma of food. When he saw who it was, he was slightly stunned. Jiang Ruan had come by herself with snacks and porridge. These days, although she had been living in the Jinying Wang Fu, the two of them had scrupulously observed etiquette and had not done anything that crossed the line. Moreover, Xiao was usually very elusive. During the day, he would be running around outside, and at night, he would come back to study military tactics and formations. The two of them rarely met. Jiang Ruan's temperament was even more cold and cheerless. Her days in the Jinying Wang Fu were considered comfortable, but she was not even willing to leave the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruan had come in person. While Xiao was slightly startled, Jiang Ruan had already walked to his side and put down the snacks and porridge. She said, "The kitchen made us manthus cake and chicken porridge. They are not too sweet, but I have tasted them and they taste very good. She did all of this very naturally, as if she had done it 1,000 times. Xiao Xiao glanced at her but did not move. You have not eaten for a day. Jiang Yuan said, do you want to starve to death in your own fu? Jiang Yuan usually treated people warmly, and she always maintained a smiling expression on her face. This made her facial features appear vivid and beautiful. However, upon closer inspection, that smile did not reach the depths of her eyes. It was as if it was only an extremely well-made mask. In the end, it made people feel a faint sense of alienation. Moreover, the times when her emotions were exposed were extremely few. Even when facing Jiang Xian, she mostly had a comforting expression. She had never shown any particularly displeased expression. Deep down, she was a person who clearly distinguished between love and hate, but whether it was love or hate, it was always hidden under a smiling expression. This made her smile somewhat thought-provoking. Although it was the same smile, the meaning it conveyed was generally different. For example, right now, she was clearly smiling, but the rebuke and displeasure in her gaze was ultimately seen by a certain someone. Xiao Xiao made an "oh" sound and silently took the spoon from Jiang Ruan's hand. He slowly scooped a mouthful of porridge and tasted it. Normally, he did not feel that there was anything special to eat, but for some reason, today, he felt that it was exceptionally delicious. Xiao Xiao was in a good mood and very quickly finished the porridge. Even the pastries that he usually did not eat were also finished. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with Xiao Xiao's tactfulness. She sat opposite him and said, I heard that you are going to go to war soon. Her question was so blunt, but Xiao Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He replied, yes. You must be careful. Jiang Yuan thought about it and still exhorted him. In the end, in the future, she would still have to marry this person in front of her, no matter what he was like. Now, it seemed that Xiao Xiao had always helped her unconditionally. In this life, she no longer trusted people easily, but Xiao Xiao was an exception. She paused and said, I will guard Jinying Wang Fu for you. Xiao Xiao was once again shocked by her words and could not help but raise his eyes to look at her. Xiao Xiao was very clear about what kind of person Jiang Yuan was. From the first time he met her, Xiao Xiao could clearly see that this young girl was calm and decisive, ruthless and merciless, full of hostility. She seemed to have a lot of secrets and stubbornly sealed her heart in a corner. She seemed to be a heartless person, but in reality, she was not. For Jiang Xing, she had risked her life and risked everything. In order to protect the Zhao family, she had not hesitated to alienate herself. Even Xian Pei, whom she had only met once in the palace, had lent a helping hand. She was actually a very protective person, but there were too few people that she could protect. Today, her words were actually a promise. This was a promise to him. She was saying that Jinying Wang Fu would henceforth become a part of her responsibility. I will guard it for you. The young girl in front of him had bright eyes and sharp teeth. She was born with a picturesque appearance. Unlike Jiang Su's elegant beauty, there was not a single one of her facial features that was not exquisite. Now that she had gradually shed her childishness, she had already revealed a bit of peerless elegance. That pair of eyes that were as lustrous as the clear spring water of a mountain stream seemed to be faintly hooked at the end of her eyes, forming an absolutely beautiful charm. And when she smiled faintly, it seemed as if even the sunset clouds in the sky were reflected in her eyes. Xiao Xiao believed that he had seen countless beauties in his life. At this moment, he could not help but admit that the young girl in front of him was indeed worthy of the 4 words, a demoness that brought calamity to the country. If she had the ambition to seduce him with all her heart, she would have met the emperor who adored beauties. Perhaps, because of her, he would have overturned the country. You do not need to do these things. Xiao Xiao looked at her and said, Jinying Wang Fu will protect you. If it is unable to protect you, you do not need to waste your energy on this matter. Jiang Yuan was a person who was protective of her own people, and Xiao Xiao was even more so. At that time, the 300,000 embroidered guards did not have a leader. Xiao Xiao was still young, so the emperor did not dare to easily hand over power to him. The embroidered guards became a hot potato. At that time, everyone said that such an elite troop was only loyal to Jining Wang Fu, and that it would be too difficult to truly subdue them. Everyone guessed that the emperor ultimately regretted disbanding this group of troops. Under the clamor of such rumors, the days of the embroidered guards became exceptionally difficult. The soldiers of the army that they had previously suppressed began to throw stones at them when they were down. At that time, it was Xiao Xiao himself who stood up and used the condition that he had gone deep into the southern frontier to kill the leader of the southern frontier to protect the embroidered guards. He could overturn a Wang Fu for the sake of a small hidden guard of the embroidered guards, and he could also fight to the death with the nobles for the sake of the wrongful death of one of his subordinates. Xiao Xiao's protective nature was well known, and because of this, the embroidered guards respected him, loved him, and were willing to go through water and tread on fire for him. With Xiao Xiao's temperament, and now that Jiang Yuan was his future wife, he naturally included Jiang Yuan under his wing to protect her. He did not want Jiang Yuan to be hurt for some empty things. The fact that she had made this promise had already made him very surprised. No, Xiao Xiao. Jiang Yuan refused, this is not a dispensable Wang Fu. This is Jining Wang Fu, the place where your father and mother live. It is the credit and pride of the old Jining Wang, the dignity of the Xiao family. Even if this dynasty falls, it cannot be trampled on. She softly said, I will not let it be trampled on. Xiao Xiao was startled, and an indescribable complex feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Jining Wang Fu. When people mention Jining Wang Fu and Jining Wang, they would only think of the old Jining Wang's rebellion. A bad person could do 1,000 bad things, but as long as he did one good thing, he would be a good person. A good person could do 1,000 good things, but if he did one bad thing, all his previous good deeds would be erased. For so many years, he had protected the Xiao family and the embroidered guards. The people were afraid of his power, but they had never sincerely respected him. People were always forgetful. They had forgotten who had led these embroidered guards, who had been scolded as traitors, to fight against the foreign clans and maintain the balance of this dynasty in the past. Amidst the flowers, the contributions of the ancestors became more and more splendid, but those who had charged and broken through the enemy lines gradually disappeared. And she said that this matter was the credit and pride of the old Jining Wang, the dignity of the Xiao family. Even if this dynasty fell, it could not be trampled on. At this moment, the shock in his heart could not be expressed in words. His actions were faster than his reason. He grabbed Jiang Yuan's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. She was already in Xiao Xiao's embrace. She was lying on Xiao Xiao's chest, and she felt Xiao Xiao's chin resting on the top of her head. The young man's voice was slightly heavy, and there was a trace of a sigh as he said, "Thank you." Jiang Yuan's heart was moved. She thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and then also reached out to hug his waist. She said, "No need to thank me. Since I have married here, this is my responsibility." Xiao Xiao slowly loosened his grip, and Jiang Yuan struggled free from his embrace. Before she could stand up, Xiao Xiao pinched her chin. She was stunned and looked up at Xiao Xiao. However, she found that the other party was also staring at her. This young man was born with peerless elegance, and he even had a rare heroic spirit. However, he usually had a faint coldness, which gave people a sense of alienation that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. However, when his brows softened, his entire person had a gentle beauty. His eyelashes were long and straight, and when they hung down, they formed a graceful arc. The most moving thing was his pair of black eyes, which were like a starry sky sprinkled with broken diamonds. In the heavy night, they suddenly forced out endless brilliance, almost dazzling people's eyes. At this moment, he was pinching Jiang Ruan's chin, and his body was slightly leaning forward. His thin lips were slightly raised, and suddenly, an endless romantic feeling was born. She felt that this cold late autumn day suddenly had a pressing spring light. The young man's features were like a painting, and his appearance was exceptional. However, he had already slowly leaned over with a firm and unstoppable posture. Jiang Ruan was slightly stunned, and only felt that her body was somewhat stiff. She wanted to directly avoid him, but when she met those ink-black starry eyes, she did not know why, but she did not move. This young man, although he seemed cold, he was actually very sentimental. His face was cold, but his heart was warm. He was powerful, so he lived his life unscrupulously. In her previous life, she had been too far away from him, but in this life, by a freak combination of factors, they had walked so close. He did not pressure her. Like a drop of water, or a cloud, he surrounded her step by step, and walked into her life. She had tried to resist, but found that she could do nothing about it. She had a tenacious temperament, but the other was not a weak person. In this life, he had silently helped her, and refused a mutually beneficial cooperation. He was not a person who was simply used. Jiang Ruan slowly closed her eyes. She did not refuse. His kiss fell on her lips, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, and then he quickly retreated. He was, after all, a gentleman. Jiang Ruan slowly opened her eyes, and she saw a little joy in the young man's eyes, as well as an affection that could not be concealed. That shallow layer of affection caused a layer of ripples to slowly rise in her heart, and then, like a short knife, it slowly grinded against her heart. He was such a good person, and his affection was so genuine and not hypocritical. But, why did it have to be in this life? If it had been in her previous life, she would still have been that naive, almost stupid girl who had endless hope for love. When she faced Xiao Xiao, she would have loved him wholeheartedly, and would have returned his sincere love. But the heavens were always wrong, and the one Xiao Xiao met was this cold-blooded, heartless, vengeful, and not loving. In her heart, a bit of self-loathing and despair of abandoning herself suddenly grew. Xiao Xiao noticed her expression and was slightly stunned. Once again, he lifted her chin and forced her to look up at him. "What's wrong?" he asked with a frown. Jiang Ruan looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Xiao Xiao, do you regret asking the Empress Dowager to bestow marriage?" "I don't regret it." Xiao Xiao looked at him. No matter how calm he usually was, when faced with the girl he admired, he was always like a young boy who had his first awakening of love. He could not guess the complex thoughts of women, and he had never bothered to guess before, so he did not understand why Jiang Ruan was suddenly depressed. His fiancée had always had an excellent way of concealing her emotions. For example, at this moment, he clearly felt a flash of depression and loathing from Jiang Ruan, but in a flash, she returned to her previous smiling and calm appearance. Jiang Ruan suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer to her, and hugged him tightly. Xiao Xiao was slightly startled by Jiang Ruan's sudden initiative. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and gently patted her back, as if he was comforting a frightened small animal. Jiang Ruan rested her head on his shoulder. He could not see Jiang Ruan's expression, so naturally, he had no way of knowing what kind of decision his fiancée had made at this moment. This person was too good. Jiang Ruan closed her eyes, so good that she could not bear to hurt him. Since he had said he would not regret it, in this life, he would not have the chance to regret it. She was willing to let go of the knot in her heart and try. Regardless of whether it was affectionate or heartless, naturally, she would not let him regret it. Chapter 170. 10 days later, Xiao Xiao led 100,000 brocade guards out to Tianjin. Old General Zhao and the 3 sons of the Zhao family also set out. However, the Zhao family army was headed for Shirong. Recently, the Shirong people had repeatedly caused trouble at the border, so it was inevitable that they would have other ideas. The emperor's thoughts were hard to fathom. It was unknown why the emperor had sent the Zhao family out at this time. The Zhao family currently only had Zhao Yi, Zhao Yulong, and Zhao Feizhou. Naturally, they would not be able to raise any waves. However, the three of them did not have much influence. If someone were to hit the Zhao family while they were down at this critical juncture, the Zhao family would probably be badly battered. However, no one dared to defy the emperor's edict. The Zhao family was loyal and courageous, so they had no reason to refuse. That day, they left the city with the brocade guards led by Xiao Xiao. Jinying Wang led the army, but there was still a fiancé waiting to be married in the house. According to the customs of the great Jin dynasty, when an unmarried woman went to war with her husband, she could stay in her future husband's fu. The Empress Dowager took pity on Hong and Junzhu and issued an edict, allowing her to stay in Jinying Wang's fu. Hong and Junzhu's maiden family, the minister's fu, encountered several incidents in succession. First, Minister Jiang accidentally injured his yin-yang, and the yin-yang ended up injuring her health and passed away soon after. Later, the lost second miss was found. She had been kidnapped by mountain bandits, and in order to protect her innocence, she committed suicide. A beauty of a generation passed away. Although Jiang Su's reputation was not very good when she was alive, death could forgive everything, and people were always particularly tolerant of beauties. The most shocking thing was that the Jiang family's eldest madam had been ill for a long time, and finally died. Eldest Madam Xia Shi's maiden family did not wait for 3 months before sending over a distant cousin. The Jiang Fu welcomed a new madam. Originally, people thought that after Dr. Zhang's death, the last connection between the Jiang family and the Xia family would be severed. Unexpectedly, the Xia family personally sent over a new madam. The marriage alliance between the Xia family and the Jiang family was maintained, and many people who had come to watch the excitement were suddenly left empty-handed. However, although the relationship between Xia Yan and the Jiang family did not break, Minister Jiang was criticized by the common people, especially when the imperial censor's impeachment memorials flew to the emperor's desk one after another. Every word and sentence was accusing Minister Jiang of marrying a new wife before the corpse of senior official Jiang had even been found. This was not the way of a man of love. For so many years, the Jiang family had stood tall and firm in the imperial court, and its reputation among the common people was upright and honest. But now, it was slowly being ruined. Now, Jiang Quan's method of marrying a new wife had completely ruined the last shred of good reputation. From then on, when people mentioned the minister's mansion, it was no longer an upright and clean noble family, but a muddle-headed official with a restless inner courtyard. These changes seeped into the environment bit by bit. It did not seem to attract people's attention, and it seemed that even the host did not realize this. However, a 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. All the seemingly insignificant little things would eventually lead to a series of events, and this was just the beginning. If there was anything worth being happy about in the capital, it was that the previous structure of the imperial harem had now been completely disrupted. The positions of the 3 concubines were now vacant, and a new batch of beautiful women were gradually being promoted. There were a few who were now extremely popular. These 3 people were the Hanlin family's young Miss Wang Lian, the heroic Marquis's first branch's Shu daughter Mu Shiro, and the Jiang family's 4th Shu daughter Jiang Dan. When the emperor's foundation was not stable, the number of women he doted on was more or less related to the power and status behind them, and represented the power of a certain household. When the emperor's great cause had been established, and nothing could shake his country and status, he would no longer dote on women with illustrious family backgrounds. On the contrary, the emperor would choose those women who had no foundation, or even no background, as his favorites, because they were weak and helpless, and could not raise any waves. Only by relying on the emperor's favor could they survive in the palace. Since ancient times, the emperor had always been suspicious. Only this kind of woman was completely harmless, and would not have other thoughts. These people either had family power that was just an empty shell, without any real power, or were just insignificant Shu daughters who were not valued by their families. Therefore, to the emperor, they were the kind of people who posed no threat at all. These three truly stood out from the crowd of beautiful women. Wang Lian was the most poetic and was the emperor's flower of understanding. Her personality was gentle and graceful, like a beautiful woman holding an umbrella in the misty rain of Jiangnan. She was somewhat similar to imperial concubine Chen. Mu Shiro was the most beautiful, like an orchid blooming in the valley. However, her personality was a bit too cold, and she treated the emperor with the same indifference. However, it was this cold and indifferent appearance that aroused the emperor's interest. She was now a famous cold beauty in the palace. Out of the three, Jiang Dan's appearance was the least outstanding, and her personality did not seem to be a gentle and understanding person. Back then, her encounter with the emperor was somewhat coincidental. That night, she prayed to the moon in the courtyard. Every word and sentence was for the safety of her family. Her words were simple and honest. The emperor was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, but it was rare to see such a simple and innocent woman. He hid his identity and talked with her for a night. He felt that this woman's personality was bright, and the next day, he sent someone to give her an imperial edict of promotion. Now, these three people had jumped from little beauties to fourth-ranked beauties. For a concubine's daughter, this was reaching the heavens in one step. Right now, the most favored one was Wang Lian, and the last one the emperor was interested in was Mu Shiro. After Jiang Dan was promoted, she was not summoned by the emperor. However, she did not feel discouraged and still lived happily. Jiang Dan's servants in the palace were anxious and hoped that their mistress would be favored. They urged her to think of a way to see the emperor again to prevent him from stealing her favor. However, Jiang Dan did not know. She was still busy with her own matters and lived a leisurely and contented life. Seeing this, the palace servants were anxious. On this day, Jiang Dan was admiring the flowers in the garden of the palace. Perhaps she was tired, so she went to the pavilion to sit down and rest. She seemed to feel a little tired and suddenly became interested. She ordered the servants to pick up some fallen flowers and store them. She also wanted to see if they could gather some morning dew so that she could brew her own 100 flowers wine. Perhaps she felt that the palace servants were not doing their best, so she simply lifted her skirt and stood up, mixing in with the palace servants. She was still enjoying herself and did not notice that on the other side of the garden, there was a person standing far away, closely watching her movements. Jiang Chao lowered his head and said to Xianli, who was standing in front of him, "Your Highness, have you thought it through? Is it really her?" He was a bit hesitant. "Your Highness, why don't you change the person? Jiang Dan is really too risky to use her." Xianli narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly said, "Oh. You said risky. What do you think of her?" Jiang Chao thought for a bit, as if he was trying his best to remember anything related to Jiang Dan. However, his relationship with this fourth sister was usually very weak and he could not think of anything. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "This fourth sister of mine, she was born of a concubine and was raised by the late madam's side since she was young. Her personality is also very weak. Normally, in the Fu, even if one speaks too loudly, she will scare her. She is really not useful." After a pause, he continued, "And she is also not very smart. Why did your Highness choose her to be one of us?" Xianli shook his head. "Jiang Chao, do you know why you have been by my side for so long, but you have not been able to reach a better position time and time again? Why can't you grasp the opportunities one give you? Instead, you let others take advantage of you." Jiang Chao's heart trembled and he said seriously, "Your Highness, please advise me. You are ruthless and have your ways of doing things. Unfortunately, you are too conceited." Xianli shook his head. "You have never seriously observed the people around you, so you underestimate them. For example, you are now underestimating this Jiang Dan in front of you. Your Highness, this subordinate does not understand. Jiang Chao said, even if my fourth sister entered the palace and became a beauty, that was because my father was playing around with her and she was lucky. But she has no ambition. Didn't your Highness say that people without ambition are not useful? This fourth sister of mine has clearly received the Emperor's decree to promote her, but she does not know how to fight for it herself and wasted a good opportunity. As a result, among the three beauties, Wang Lian, and Mu Shiro are more favored than her. Xianli shook his head, this is where you are wrong. You only saw Minister Jiang send Jiang Dan to the palace, but did you not see how much effort Jiang Dan put in? Do you really think that Jiang Dan's encounter with Imperial Father was just a coincidence and that Jiang Dan's luck was good, just like what others have said? Jiang Chao did not speak. It was not that he did not have doubts, but Jiang Dan was too useless in his heart, so useless that he could not even suspect her. With Jiang Dan's personality and skills, how could she scheme against the ruler of a country? See, this is where you are wrong. Xianli sighed, I think Minister Jiang is quite good at raising his daughter. The first miss and fourth miss of the Jiang family are really 1 in a million. He looked at Jiang Chao with a smile that did not seem like a smile, this fourth sister of yours is a poisonous snake. I'm afraid she knows how to endure and hide better than you. Look, he nodded in Jiang Dan's direction. Jiang Chao followed his gaze and saw Jiang Dan laughing happily with the palace maids. She did not seem to have the airs of a palace beauty. His heart moved, and he saw a bright yellow figure slowly walk over from behind Jiang Dan. It was the Emperor. Today, the Emperor had only casually walked through the garden, but he heard the laughter of a woman from afar. That voice was as sweet as a silver bell, as if he could be infected by the joy in it. His heart moved, and he deliberately walked in a circle, wanting to see who it was. He was a little stunned when he saw a woman standing among the palace maids, holding a flower basket in one hand and a whole begonia that had just fallen from the branch in the other. There was a faint smile on her face, and her eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling and very cute. She wore a peach-colored embroidered skirt with a small jade-colored blouse, bright and threatening, and had a unique charm of youth. Her appearance could only be considered dainty, but her every movement seemed to have a unique dainty charm. That dainty charm did not seem artificial, and was natural and full of life. Even among the crowd of palace maids, people would notice her at a glance. The Emperor walked forward and said, "What is your name?" The woman seemed to jump in fright and turned around. The moment she saw the Emperor, she blushed. Perhaps she had laughed for a long time, but there were some glistening beads of sweat on her forehead, making her appear very cute. She lowered her head, as if she was at a loss and panicked. After a pause, she said, "This concubine. This concubine is called Jiang Dan. It's you." As she spoke, the Emperor had already recognized her face, "The person who accompanied me the entire night was you." The Emperor was busy every day, and he had seen too many beauties in his daily life. There were countless beauties with both beauty and skill. There were 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines in the palace, and which one of them was not the best? Thus, it was difficult for anyone to leave a mark in his heart. That night, that simple and unadorned young girl had only been a fleeting glimpse in the Emperor's heart. He had raised her rank, but he had forgotten about her. Now that he had suddenly met her, she gave him a breathtaking feeling. It was difficult for the Emperor not to pay attention to Jiang Dan at this time. If the previous time was just a preview, then the current Jiang Dan had already left a unique impression in the Emperor's heart. This impression was completely different from Beauty Wang and Beauty Mu. The Emperor, who was used to seeing beautiful flowers and ice beauties, now began to feel a sense of freshness in this dainty charm. He smiled and said, "Get up, walk with me." In the distance, Xianli raised his eyebrows, "See? This is your fourth sister's method." Jiang Chao stared in disbelief at Jiang Dan, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. Just now, in that instant, her smile was dainty and cute, and even he couldn't help but be shocked. This fourth sister only had one kind of expression in the Fu, and that was fear and fear. But just now, he was confused and almost thought that the Jiang Dan he usually saw was not the same person. It's not that she doesn't want to fight, she's brewing. Xianli smiled slightly and said, she is good at lying low. She won't do anything that she can't guarantee. Just wait and see. This beauty Jiang will soon be favored. But, Jiang Chao suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, why would she cooperate with us? She has ambition in her eyes, Xianli said, people with ambition will not be timid. Jiang Chao, when you have time, walk around with your fourth sister. She will definitely be moved because she wants to reach a higher position. And we also need someone who can speak up in front of Imperial Father. When Imperial Consort Chen was present, he was successful in every endeavor. Because Imperial Consort Chen only needed to say pillow talk and the Emperor would feel pity for him. But now that Imperial Consort Chen had lost her power, the only remaining Empress and Consort Xian would not speak up for him. The Emperor's attitude towards him was becoming more and more distant. Xianli, who had always acted calmly, was already feeling anxious. Yes, Your Highness. Jiang Chao lowered his head, that Jinying Wang and Zhao Guang have already set off for more than 2 months and should have reached the battlefield by now. The scouts at the front reported yesterday that the situation is already under control. If this goes on. He did not continue. The smoother the situation at the front was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They could not hand over such a great merit to Jinying Wang. Xiao Xiao had already made it clear that he would not stand on their side. Such a person could not be used, only destroyed. No need to worry, Xianli said indifferently, they can't win this battle and will definitely lose. What's the point of paying attention? A murderous look flashed in his eyes as he stroked his sleeves, informed Xia Cheng that he can start. Your Highness. Jiang Chao was shocked, so soon. A long night is fraught with dreams. Xianli sneered. In Jinying Wang's Fu, Jiang Wan was sitting in Xiao Xiao's study, reading a book. She had been living in Jinying Wang's Fu for 2 months, and the servants here had changed their ways to make her stay comfortable. Perhaps it was because it was too comfortable that she almost unconsciously got used to life here. In these 2 months, she had returned to the Fu to perform mourning for Xia Yan and Jiang Su Su, and had also seen the Jiang Fu's new Furen, Xia Wei, a beauty with a smiling tiger's face. However, now that she was no longer living in the Jiang Fu, these things had nothing to do with her. Xiao Xiao's study was like a treasure trove, with all kinds of books. The place that Jiang Wan spent the most time in was Xiao Xiao's study. She had read Xiao Xiao's personal notes, and the more she read, the more she wrung her wrists. She had originally had some suspicions, but gradually, some clues began to surface. However, she did not continue to speculate. Everyone had their own secrets, and Xiao Xiao also had his. Now, she was more concerned about the war in Tianjin. In her previous life, at this time, she was in the midst of the abyss of struggle in the palace, so she did not pay much attention to the war in Tianjin. In the letter she wrote to Jiang Xing, she had already recalled all the things that could help Jiang Xing. As for the rest, she was really powerless. However, there was one thing that she could be sure of, and that was that Xianli would definitely take action at this time. Now that the Zhao family was weak and Xiao Xiao was not in the capital, with Xianli's temperament of taking advantage of people's difficulties, he would definitely not let go of this good opportunity. The structure of the imperial court was at a sensitive time, and even the slightest movement could lead to earth-shattering changes. She could roughly guess what Xianli wanted to do. As she was pondering, she heard the guard outside say, "Ah, fourth young master, young madam is inside." A slightly low male voice said, "It's nothing, I'll just go in and take a look." The door was pushed open with a creak, and Jiang Wan quietly looked at the person who had come. The person had come suddenly, and she was also somewhat curious about the rumored young madam. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a young girl sitting upright in front of the desk, quietly looking at her against the light. Her appearance was somewhat unreal against the sunlight, and only a pair of clear and far-sighted eyes seemed to contain some kind of mockery of reality as she calmly and indifferently gazed at him. Somewhat unable to withstand the gaze of that pair of eyes, the person touched her nose and coughed. Third sister-in-law. I am Chi-Si, third older brother asked me to come. Jiang Ruan's eyes flashed, and she also sized up the person opposite her. This was also a young man of about 20 years of age, dressed in a purple robe embroidered with lotus flowers. He could be considered to be delicate and elegant, but for some reason, he had a ring of beard around his mouth and chin. It was somewhat abrupt, as if a beautiful youth had been ruined without rhyme or reason. However, his smile was gentle, and his eyes were long and somewhat peach blossom-like eyes. However, there was no frivolity in his gaze, and he had a proper appearance. This was Xiao Xiao's fellow disciple, Qi Feng, who was ranked fourth. In Jianan Mountain, he had learned the art of politics in the imperial court. Unfortunately, this skill could not be easily learned. All these years, he had been secretly assisting Xiao Xiao in assisting the embroidered uniform guard. Now that Xiao Xiao had summoned him back to the capital, it was quite unexpected. Chi-Si seriously sized up Jiang Ruan, and suddenly laughed. Third sister-in-law is indeed an outstanding beauty. Originally, I thought that third older brother was making a big fuss over a minor issue by summoning Xia Wu and me back to the capital to protect third sister-in-law. Now, it seems that it is fourth younger brother's good fortune. Chapter 171. In the capital, a small butterfly flapping its wings could only create a small, almost invisible gust of wind. When these thousands of strands of wind gathered together, whether or not it could become an irresistible storm tens of thousands of li away, no one knew. However, at this moment, the subtle changes that had occurred in the capital did not seem to have reached the battlefield tens of thousands of li away. This was a vast and boundless desert. The desert was littered with starry grass. The vegetation here was not rich, so there were not many cattle and sheep grazing here. At a glance, it was just a tent set up for a battle. These tents were covered with thick linoleum jars to prevent people from freezing at night. In the innermost part of these tents that were arranged in a unique square formation, there was a tent that was very strange. This tent appeared very luxurious, and there were even thick tassels on top. However, there were no less than 10 guards standing guard outside. These people's clothes were slightly different from the Djinns, and they seemed to have a strong demeanor of a foreign race. A young girl dressed in an emerald green dress walked in with a basket in her hand. Upon seeing this, the guard outside let her pass. The young girl kept her head down the entire way. After entering the tent, she silently placed the food basket in her hands on the table and took out plates of food from inside. After everything was arranged, she said in a low voice, "Deputy General Jiang, this servant is Jean, her. I am the new servant girl to serve you. You should eat something." The man sitting on the chair in the tent raised his head, revealing a handsome face. His complexion was slightly pale, and there was a green stubble on his chin, but he did not seem to be in a sorry state. Instead, there was a kind of carefree and unrestrained air about him. When he heard the young girl's voice, he was slightly surprised. After a while, he said, "You can speak official language? Are you from the great Jin's capital?" The young girl lowered her head and said in a low voice, "This servant is from the great Jin's capital. I was captured by the people of the southern border. Those people wanted to find someone to serve master, so they sent this servant here." Jiang Xinji's gaze slowly fell on the young girl. The young girl was not very old, around 16 or 17 years old. Her skin could be considered delicate, and her eyes were big and lively. However, there was an obvious burn scar on her left cheek, abruptly destroying the beauty of her face, making her look exceptionally terrifying. It must be because of this face that she was sent here to serve him, the captive. Otherwise, if it was a young girl who was as pretty as a flower, she would have long been eaten up by the soldiers here without leaving any bones behind. Jiang Xing narrowed his eyes. You're from the capital. How did you end up here? Jean stared blankly for a moment before replying, this servant is a maid who follows the great Jin dynasty's army and works in the laundry room. A few nights ago, I went out with a few sisters and coincidentally encountered a group of soldiers who captured us and brought us back. There were no loopholes in his words. There would indeed be a group of women accompanying the army, who would be used for daily necessities such as mending and cleaning. These women usually lived in other places, so Jiang Xing naturally couldn't see them one by one. As for going out at night and encountering a group of soldiers, it was not impossible. However, as Jiang Xing listened to the young girl's words, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't pinpoint it, so he could only slowly frown. It had been several months since he had been captured and brought here. He didn't know what had happened outside. These people who had captured him treated him with courtesy, enticing him with high positions and generous salaries. Every day, they would give him a muscle-weakening powder, making him unable to exert any strength, but they didn't kill him. He didn't know what these people wanted, but every day, he was thinking of a way to escape. He said, since you were captured and brought here a few days ago, you should know how the war outside is going. The people who had captured him had isolated him from the outside world, so he had no way of knowing the specific situation of the war. He also didn't know how the great Jin dynasty's army was doing. When he had been captured, Guan Lianghan had also been hit by an arrow. That arrow had been very deep, and presumably, it wouldn't have healed overnight. The army couldn't go a day without a general. The war was in imminent danger. General Guan is seriously injured and can no longer lead the army into battle. Jin said in a low voice, currently, the great Jin dynasty is retreating step by step, and Tianjin is pressing forward. They have already forced the great Jin army to the area around Heguan Cliff. However, Deputy General Jiang need not worry. This servant heard from the higher-ups that the court has already sent reinforcements. Jinying Wang is rushing over with 100,000 brocade guards. Jiang Xing's brows were deeply furrowed as he listened, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Jinying Wang. He slowly frowned. Since even Xiao Xiao had been sent over, it could be seen how tense the war situation was. Xiao Xiao was a hidden force of the great Jin dynasty. It seemed that he had been born to resist some kind of power, and he usually hid in the dark. The emperor's tolerance toward Xiao Xiao might not have been without a reason. Jiang Xing wasn't a fool. During the days he had fought alongside Guan Lianghan, he could guess a little. However, this hidden force of the great Jin dynasty had now openly appeared before everyone's eyes, and was even about to be brought into the battlefield to engage in a fierce battle with Tianjin. What had happened? He thought hard, but when he raised his eyes, he saw that Jin was stealthily staring at him without blinking. Meeting his gaze, Jin was like a thief who had been caught red-handed. She blushed slightly and hurriedly lowered her head, no longer looking at him. Jiang Xing's keen senses noticed that although this young girl was ugly, wore very ordinary clothes, and even said that she was a servant. However, the way she carried herself was not that of a servant who was used to serving others. On the contrary, there was even a certain natural nobility to her. Some people's nobility didn't need to be feigned, especially those who had been raised in rich and influential families. Their actions and mannerisms had been influenced by their families since they were young, so they naturally exuded the air of nobility. The young girl in front of him didn't seem like a servant, but more like a young lady. Compared to a young lady, she lacked a certain air of arrogance and seemed like a simple and natural ordinary girl. However, for an ordinary girl to appear in the enemy's camp was in itself an abnormal thing. Jiang Xing slowly said, "Since you are here to serve me, I will tell you. Before you came here, there were 3 maids who served me in this tent. In the end, they all died. Jean was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Jiang Xing closely watched her expression and continued to speak unhurriedly, because they were all spies sent by these people. They thought of ways to deceive my trust and pry information from my mouth. However, I discovered them and found a way to expose them. Their mission failed and they were dragged out and killed by those people. Their deaths were also very tragic. For example, before you came, I had only finished cleaning up one corpse in this tent. His voice contained a kind of heavy oppression and also a sharpness like the tip of a sword being unsheathed. Golden light suddenly appeared from the rolling dark clouds and broke through the air. It carried with it a pressure that made people unable to resist, forcing them to speak the truth. He said, "Miss Jean, do you still want to stay by my side?" Jean was startled by his sudden words, but after a moment, she smiled and said, "This servant is only here to serve Deputy General Jiang. Naturally, I will stay by your side." "It's fine. Deputy General Jiang, you should eat something first." Jiang Xing was slightly stunned. When he met Jean Er's eyes, he discovered that they seemed somewhat familiar. However, they were crystal clear. If it wasn't that her heart was truly empty, then her schemes were too deep. What he had said earlier was not false, but it was also not completely true. Some of the servant girls were spies sent by the local authorities, but some were truly great Jean people. They were even willing to risk their lives for him in order to rescue him from his cage. Unfortunately, they all died at the hands of these people in the end. As he spoke, a person walked in from outside the tent. He glanced at Jean but did not ask her to leave, clearly treating her like she was nothing. When the person saw Jiang Xing's frown, he laughed, "Deputy General Jiang, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What, do you think it's too stuffy here?" This person wore a gray robe that covered his entire body, revealing only a smooth and slender chin. His thin lips also looked very beautiful. Judging from the voice, it was a young man. His voice even carried a bit of gorgeous charm, but he did not know why. He said, "Deputy General Jiang, have you still not made up your mind?" "Sire does not need to waste too much effort on me." Jiang Xing smiled slightly, "I do not have what Sire wants on me." The person in gray slowly approached Jiang Xing. However, his voice contained a trace of a faintly discernible smile. It was like a gorgeous end string on a zither, with a somewhat itchy curve. However, it inexplicably caused one's heart to tremble, afraid that in the next moment, the resounding sound would snap the zither string. The person in gray said, "Deputy General Jiang, at this time, why do you need to hide anything? I just want to know, who gave you that letter?" That letter referred to the letter that Jiang Yuan had stuffed into his hands 3 years ago when they had parted. The letter had recorded in detail some of the tactics that Tianjin would use in the years of war with Tianjin, as well as some surprise attacks, and even the victories and defeats that would occur in the next few years. This letter had been of great help to Jiang Xing. In the past 3 years, he had studied this letter from time to time. Relying on this letter, he would beat the enemy at their own game or lure them into a trap. He had perfectly destroyed the enemy's surprise attacks again and again, and won victory after victory. However, there was a traitor in the army, and the traitor turned out to be Guanliang Han's closest subordinate. This news had come too suddenly. More importantly, that subordinate had clearly understood the secret of this letter and had even secretly exchanged information with these people. This time, he had been schemed against by the other party. On one hand, he had been in danger, and on the other hand, an army of 100,000. He had no choice but to concede. Jiang Xing had no choice but to be captured, and Guanliang Han had been seriously injured. And the contents of this letter were indeed enough to make the enemy go crazy. In the previous month, they had thought of all kinds of terrible ways to torture Jiang Xing, but Jiang Xing had not relented. Later, they had changed their minds and provided for Jiang Xing well, promising him a high position and generous salary, but Jiang Xing still had not relented. Jiang Xing was a person who was unmoved by force or persuasion. These people had presumably become very familiar with Jiang Xing's temperament over the past few months. But they had still chosen this method. There must have been some other purpose, but Jiang Xing could not think of it for the time being. But there was one thing that he absolutely could not reveal Jiang Ruan's name. Sometimes, Jiang Xing himself also doubted how Jiang Ruan knew what might happen in the future. It seemed that ever since Jiang Ruan had been picked up from the rural residence and returned to the capital 3 years ago, he had had some strange feelings. In front of him, Jiang Ruan was nothing more than a young girl with a somewhat apathetic temperament. Perhaps she was also somewhat intelligent, but with the power of foresight, looking at the contents of the letter and recalling the past, such as the incident at the Bochang Reservoir, it was really puzzling. But no matter what, whether Jiang Ruan was a demon or a ghost, she was still his younger sister. He would absolutely not do anything to harm his younger sister. Once these people knew that the letter was written by Jiang Ruan, they would definitely think of ways to capture Jiang Ruan. There were traitors at Guanliang Han's side, and it was not certain that there were no ambushes in the capital. He had to protect Jiang Ruan. I have already said this many times. Jiang Xing stretched out his index finger to support his head, and with an extremely mischievous appearance, he said, I just randomly picked it up on the road. Perhaps it is the will of the heavens. If sire must ask, there is no harm in asking the heavens. Perhaps the heavens feel that your Tianjin's destiny is nearing its end, and thus sent down a decree to help my great Jin. Since that is the case, seeing that sire has treated me with sincerity these past few days, I will also give sire a word of advice. There is no harm in complying with the will of the heavens, so that everyone can live comfortably, right? He was such a calm and introverted person, but now he was speaking nonsense with a deadpan expression, and even putting on a slovenly appearance. However, this appearance not only did not make people feel disgusted, but instead made people feel that it was extremely interesting, and they could not help but want to get closer to him. Jean lowered her head, covering the trace of a smile that had quietly spilled out from the corners of her mouth. The gray-clothed man was not angry, and instead stood with his hands behind his back. He nodded his head and said, I agree with sire's words that the will of the heavens belongs to us, but the will of the heavens is not written by the heavens. Even if the heavens gave the great Jin dynasty a warning, this warning prophecy ultimately still fell into our hands. What kind of will of the heavens is this? Jiang Xing was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, You are not people of Tianjin, you are people of the southern border. These people never talked about the affairs of Tianjin, and the soldiers were usually stationed here. Their attire was also not that of the soldiers of Tianjin at war. At first, Jiang Xing thought that they were a group of secret troops cultivated by Tianjin, but later he discovered that this was not the case. Instead, it made him think of the rumored southern border country. When the late emperor was still alive, the southern border invaded the Central Plains and almost occupied the entire Central Plains for themselves. Afterwards, the late emperor personally led the army and conquered the southern border country. The southern border country was destroyed, and the remaining southern border survivors were banished to the desolate borders of the great Jin dynasty to settle down. Since Jiang Xing was born, he had lived in the capital and had never had the opportunity to see the southern border survivors. Now that he saw them, he had a faint suspicion in his heart. The gray-clothed man heard this and smiled lightly. His bright and clean chin slightly raised, drawing a strange arc. Yes, we are people of the southern border. So what? The people of this world will eventually become people of the southern border. This world will eventually belong to us. Jiang Xing shook his head, If you want to dream, I won't hinder you. However, I have already answered your question. Now, if you have nothing else to do, you can go out. I want to rest. The gray-clothed man was not angry at Jiang Xing's words. He only smiled faintly and turned to leave the tent. On the contrary, it was Jean, who nervously watched the gray-clothed man leave. After the gray-clothed man left Jiang Xing's tent, he walked to another tent in the opposite direction. This tent did not look gorgeous. From a distance, it was not even as bright as Jiang Xing's tent. The entire tent was snow-white. When he walked closer, he discovered that the tent was actually sewn with large pieces of snow fox skin. The top was snow-white without a trace of impurities. It looked like the peak of a 1,000-year snow mountain. From a distance, it contained a kind of cold and strange beauty. There were no guards outside the tent. The gray-clothed man paused at the entrance before walking in. There was a purple crystal curtain hanging in the middle of the tent. The top-quality crystals were sparkling and translucent. They flickered with a bright snow-white brilliance, almost dazzling the eyes of those who looked at them. The candlelight in the tent, under the reflection of the sparkling stones, was even more beautiful. Once one stepped in, it was as if they had walked into a magnificent paradise. Behind the curtain, a figure could faintly be seen. It seemed to be dressed in a beautiful red robe. It sat upright in front of the 7-string zither, not strumming it. The gray-clothed man walked in front of the curtain and slowly bowed. His actions revealed a kind of extreme respect. "Saintess," the gray-clothed man said. "How did it go?" After a while, a sweet and charming female voice came from behind the curtain. This voice was very pleasant to listen to, like the first drop of blood that had melted into a 10,000-year-old glacier the moment the spring sun shone in. It carried with it 1,000 years of laziness and charm, and also a kind of naivety that did not understand the affairs of the world. Just listening to it made one feel as if they were about to drown in it. It made one almost unable to resist the urge to lift the sparkling curtain and see how beautiful the person inside was. "Yuan Chuan is incompetent. Please punish me, Saintess," the gray-clothed man said. In front of this woman, the gray-clothed man lowered his noble chin, as if he was a devout believer, prostrating at the feet of his faith. "Loyal and humble," he said. He still did not say who the owner of that letter was. "It's fine," the person behind the curtain said lazily, almost like a beauty who had just woken up from a deep slumber and had just stretched, revealing the coquettishness of a cat. If he confessed so easily, he would not be the war god of the great Jin dynasty. "Saintess, what should we do now? Or kill Jiang Xing?" the gray-clothed man asked. "No, I want to keep him alive. The war god of the great Jin dynasty, such an important bargaining chip, is my gift to him." The woman's voice suddenly leapt with a hint of irrepressible joy. Her originally sweet and clear voice was suddenly enshrouded in a layer of sweet mist, making it hard for one to see her true appearance. The gray-clothed man was slightly taken aback. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He only respectfully lowered his head, humble and obedient as always. When he sees this gift I have given him, he will definitely be very happy. The voice from behind the curtain continued. It was as if the laziness from before had been completely awakened at this moment. It sounded like a child who was ignorant of the ways of the world, innocent and pure, welcoming the person he liked. "Yuan Chuan, he is coming." The woman seemed to be smiling. "I have waited for him for so long. I can finally see him again," she said. Chapter 172. These two incidents caused the previously tense atmosphere in the capital to be swept away, and it returned to its former state of singing and dancing to celebrate peace. On this day, Lin Zixiang and Wen Feifei went to the main entrance of Jining Wang Fu to visit Jiang Ruan. There was still no news from the people sent by the Zhao family. Every time Lin Zixiang thought of this, she felt somewhat annoyed. In her opinion, friends should treat each other with sincerity. Zhao Jin had not told her about such a big thing, so she really did not regard her as a friend. Of course, what made Lin Zixiang even angrier was that Zhao Jin had done such a thing just for a man. After Wen Fei and Lin Zixiang saw Jiang Ruan, Wen Fei wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Wan Mimi, it seems that the servants of Jining Wang Fu are sincerely obedient to you. If the servants in my Fu were half as sensible as this, I would thank the heavens and thank the earth." Jiang Ruan smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have not entered the palace during this time, Inger Jijia." The servant girl was not to be outdone and said, "Miss, this was bestowed to this servant by old Furen. If Miss needs it, you can ask old Furen for it. This servant does not dare to casually give old Furen's things to others. Moreover, Miss is of noble birth and jade leaves. What kind of good things do you not have? Why lower yourself to this servant's level?" Xia Tianyi had already resigned from his official position and spent every day outside indulging in debauchery. He was no longer the calm and reserved person he once was. Perhaps he felt that his own younger brother personally putting on a green hat for him was a huge blow. In short, he was now in a state of depression and was like mud. "Naturally, it is a good thing," Jiang Chao said unhurriedly, "and it is an extremely good thing. However, such a precious thing could not be appreciated by ordinary people. This was also the reason why Lin Zixiang had yet to marry. Speaking of which, Lin Zixiang's appearance could be considered beautiful and her family background was not bad. However, her vision was too arrogant. When matchmakers came knocking on her door to propose marriage, she felt that it was not worth mentioning. Out of respect for her, Chief Lin rejected those matchmakers. Over time, the reputation of the daughter of the Lin family being very picky spread, and gradually, no one proposed marriage. Lin Zixiang was now 18 years old, which made her an old lady in the great Jin dynasty. There were many people talking about her, but the Lin family was completely unaware. She's very smart. She has plenty of ways to discipline her subordinates. You won't be able to learn them. Lin Zixiang interrupted her without hesitation. She was as straightforward as ever, moreover, she is beautiful and Jining Wang protects her. You only know how to practice martial arts every day. How can your husband protect you? Wen Fei was also married now, and she was married to a military family with a similar social status. However, a new daughter-in-law would always encounter some difficulties after marrying into the family. Wen Fei was used to being careless, so she was somewhat unable to control her servants. As soon as she saw the order of Jining Wangfu and the respect they had for Jiang Ruan, she naturally became envious. This person was Jiang Chao. Xia Jun also smiled and sat opposite Jiang Chao. He poured a small cup of wine and brought it to his lips. After sniffing it, he said, "This wine is good wine. Cousin knows how to enjoy himself. I am ashamed of my inferiority." The few of them chatted for a while. When the sky gradually turned dark in the afternoon, Lin Zixiang and Dong Yinger stood up to take their leave. Just as they were about to step out of the door, Wen Fei suddenly felt a little dizzy. She staggered and was about to fall. Lin Zixiang was just about to enter the carriage when she jumped in fright. Before she could move, she saw a green silhouette flash past her side and help Wen Fei up. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zixiang and Wen Fei's expressions changed at the same time. After a long while, Lin Zixiang said, "You're quite insightful. If you had the opportunity to enter the palace to participate in the consort selection, the position of empress would definitely belong to you." Lin Zixiang did not say the last sentence, but she believed that Jiang Ruan knew what she wanted to say. This was a very insulting action, one that people would only do to beggars. However, when Xia Jiaojiao saw this, not only did she not get angry, she immediately smiled like a flower. She bent down to pick up the silver fragments and said, "Many thanks, second younger brother. Not fighting for favor, but I don't know why she entered the palace." Lin Zixiang also replied with a cold face, "She's more and more similar to those women in the palace. I can't see any difference." The courtyard was in an uproar. When the maidservant raised her eyes and saw Xia Jun standing not far away, she immediately called out, "This servant greets second young master." She scolded everyone, but the last person to disappear was Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin's disappearance had happened a few months ago, but at that time, Zhao Furen and Lord Zhao had hidden it from everyone. Later on, perhaps because they had mobilized the Imperial Guards, they really couldn't find her. They had no choice but to find Zhao Jin's handkerchiefs to inquire about the news. Only then did they know that such a thing had happened. In the last letter that Zhao Jin left behind, she only said that she was going to look for someone and would return after she was done. Yuya took care of Shenrou, but she did not live the happy life that she had imagined. Xia Chen's displeasure towards her was all on the surface because of this matter. His actions became more and more unbridled, and he simply didn't spend the night in her courtyard anymore. Xia Cheng and his wife hated her for revealing the scandal. They didn't care about the Xia family's face and treated her very coldly. Yuya's personality also became more and more gloomy. Xia Qing stood there in a daze, eating a mouthful of smoke and dust from the carriage. The surrounding people who were watching the show gradually dispersed, but he was still in a daze. He had lived for so long, and wherever he went, he would receive the respect and praise of others. Even young girls who knew of his reputation would favor him greatly. But now, he didn't know how he had bumped into a thorn, but he was scolded right to his face. Even though this young man had always had a good temper, at this moment, he was still gnashing his teeth in anger. She actually said that he had another hidden illness? How could a young lady say such shocking words? Lin Zixiang believed that other than her father, all the men in the world were the same. They were arrogant, their eyes looked up to the sky, and they didn't know what loyalty was. They thought that they were infallible and were truly not worthy of a good woman. That young man was almost pushed down by Lin Zixiang. Immediately, he became so anxious that his face turned red to his ears. The surrounding people, upon seeing this, pointed at him and whispered. He said, "Miss, you've really misunderstood. I am Jin Ling's divine physician, Xia Qing, a doctor. Just now, I just wanted to see what happened to this Furen." In the Xia Ho Fu, Xia Jun dusted off his sleeves and walked out of the Yuanzi. As he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Xia Jiaojiao fighting over something from the hands of a servant girl. She loudly said, "You're just a lowly servant girl, what do you need such a good bracelet for? Give it to me." After Xia Jun left the Fu, he walked to a small tavern on the street and walked in. The tavern manager seemed to be very familiar with him as he welcomed him into a small room. At this moment, there was a person sitting inside. That person was dressed in blue and was sitting in front of the window, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking by himself. The manager withdrew and that person turned around, saw Xia Jun, and smiled slightly, "Biaoti." Jiang Wan smiled slightly. "Naturally, it's not so easy to stay in the palace. If you're still as simple and carefree as before, you won't be able to live for long." Xia Jun looked coldly at Xia Jiaojiao. Ever since the matter between Shenrou and Xia Tian was exposed, the Xia family had become the laughing stock of the entire capital. Unfortunately, Shenrou's paternal family could not be easily severed. Although no one would die, Shenrou's status in the Xia family had plummeted. Xia Jiaojiao had become a disgrace left behind by the adultery of the Xia family's younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Xia Furen had once called Xia Jiaojiao to the ancestral hall and wanted to force her to drink a cup of poisoned wine to end the matter. Who knew that halfway through, Xia Tian had received news from an unknown source and saved Xia Jiaojiao from Xia Furen's hands? Exactly. When Fei Fei was afraid that Lin Zixiang would lecture her again and immediately echoed Jiang Ruan's words, "You're already married, what's the use of saying these things now? Although my life is not as good as Ruan Mimi's, it's still much more carefree than when I was a young lady. At least, I don't have to face a bunch of jealous sisters at home." Hearing this, Xia Jiaojiao became even more anxious and angry. "You still dare to threaten me? Jiang Wan smiled slightly and declined to comment. If one were to say that Lin Zixiang's temperament was really an oddity among the noble ladies. She was a straightforward person and did not understand the ways of the world. When others looked at her, they could not tell whether she was stupid or smart, but she was truly a transparent person. Her upright personality was exactly the same as that of official Lin. Everyone said that official Lin was a civil official brimming with talent, but how could he have raised such a shocking daughter who did not follow the 3 cardinal principles and 5 virtues? However, Jiang Wan felt that official Lin was the one who was truly wise. The daughter that he had raised was much more precious than those noble young ladies in the capital. Lin Zixiang looked at Jiang Wan and then looked at Wen Fei before she said, "Indeed, getting married is not a good thing. One's original temperament has returned to its original nature, but now, she is indulging in worldly affairs all day long. One was originally cunning, and now, her thoughts are even more tactful. The other has entered the palace, and even her temperament has changed. She is unusually cold all day long." There is also one, a trace of annoyance flashed in Lin Zixiang's eyes. She simply disappeared, and I don't know what she has gone to do. Lin Zixiang sized him up. This man could be considered delicate and pretty, and he was dressed in plain cotton clothing with a cloth bag at his waist. His appearance was not bad. At this moment, his face was red, and it was unknown whether it was from anger or embarrassment, but his tone was full of sincerity. But was he a divine physician of Jinling? Anyone who claimed to be a divine physician in the field of medicine was an old man with a white beard. When it came to being a doctor, one had to have experience. The older one was, the richer one's experience would be. This man looked to be at most in his early 20s, so how could he be called a divine physician? He was more like an apprentice in the medical hall. In this lifetime, Lin Zixiang hated people who were pretentious and self-righteous. Immediately, her face turned cold as she said, "With your small physique, a gentle push from a woman like me would cause you to fall. I do not know if your body has some hidden illness. What divine physician of Jinling? You can't even cure your own hidden illness. I think you are nothing more than a scoundrel who deceives the world." Finishing, she could not bear to look at the other party any longer, and helped Wen Fei up the carriage and left. It was a young man dressed in a green long gown. After helping Wen Fei up, he was not in a hurry to let go, but instead firmly held on to her hand. Seeing this, Lin Zixiang immediately flew into a rage and said, "Where did this lecher come from? Quickly let go of your hand. That's not it." Jiang Chao lightly said, "There is something more delightful than a promotion. That is, cousin, our common enemy. Now that there is a chance, we can eliminate him. Let go of your hand." When Lin Zixiang saw that he still didn't let go, she immediately pushed him away and supported Wen Fei. Wen Fei was still in a daze and didn't know what had happened. She could only say, "Ah Xiang, I'm fine." Wen Fei then raised her head to look at the sky and pretended not to hear Lin Zixiang's words. On the other side, when the Shirong people found out that Zhao Guang had led the Zhao family army over, they retreated back to the border and temporarily obtained peace. The servant girl's sharp tongue had obviously angered Xia Jiao, who immediately gave her a slap. "How dare you talk back? Who is the master?" Zhao Furan's heart was burning with anxiety. Hearing from Zhao Jin's servant girl, Zhao Jin had been acting strangely for the past few days. She did not know why, but she seemed to be in a daze every day. However, it was not sadness. Zhao Furan had also experienced it before. She immediately thought that Zhao Jin had a sweetheart, and this time, it was very likely that she had gone to find her sweetheart. On one hand, she scolded which family had abducted her daughter, and on the other hand, she scolded Zhao Jin for being shameless and daring to do such a foolish thing. It must be known that she was betrothed as a wife and ran away as a concubine. If Zhao Jin ran away with someone, she would not be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. After Dong Yinger entered the palace, because of her relationship with the capital governor, she was not completely neglected. She was fortunate enough to be promoted to the position of Baolin. Her temperament was soft and gentle, and she also learned how to survive in the ruthless palace. However, in the end, she had a lack of interest, as if she was not interested in anything. Xia Jiao was originally afraid of this second younger brother. Now that her status was not the same as before, she was even more afraid of Xia Jun. She also acted lowly towards him. Xia Jun smiled and leisurely walked past her. When he passed by Xia Jiao, he shook his sleeve and threw out a piece of silver. Young divine Dr. Xia was still immersed in his shocked emotions. He threw the matter that he had just wanted to tell Lin Zixiang to the back of his mind. He shook his head and looked at the main door of Jining Wang Fu in front of him. Immediately, he felt an incomparable resentment. If Xiao Xiao had not wanted him to stay in the capital and become Jiang Ruan's personal physician, he would not have been criticized in front of so many people. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Xia Qing flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. She seems to be a different person now, when Fei Fei's eyes were somewhat hurt. A few days ago, I went to the palace to see her and brought her a little plaything. Although she was smiling, she seemed to be very distant. In short, now I feel that I do not understand her. Housekeeper Lin was naturally happy again. When the old Jining Wang couple was still alive, Jining Wang Fei had a kind temperament and was also on good terms with many of the madams of the official families. Naturally, there was no end to the number of people who came to visit. Every day, there would be carriages from different families parked in front of the Fu. It was very lively, but it was also a manifestation of the master's family's social relations. After the old Jining Wang couple passed away, Xiao Xiao happened to have a cold temperament. Other than a few servant girls, there were probably no other females who set foot in Jining Wang Fu. After many years of silence, Jiang Ruan, who looked indifferent on the outside, was actually quite popular. Not long after she moved in, there were already good friends who came to visit. Wen Fei Fei and Lin Zixiang could be considered the more famous young ladies of the official families in the capital. Naturally, housekeeper Lin ordered the whole Fu to properly entertain them. Oh. Xia Jun seemed to be interested. What? Biao Gu is working under 8th Highness. Has he been promoted again? Hearing Xia Jun's name, Xia Jiao was startled and immediately stopped what she was doing. Seeing Xia Jun standing not too far away, a trace of fear flashed through her eyes and she whispered, "Second younger brother." The servant girl twisted her body to avoid Xia Jiao's slap and said, "Miss, please don't make things difficult for this servant. If old Furin's mama sees this, it would not be good to implicate Miss and punish her." Lin Zixiang then turned to Jiang Ruan and said, "Originally, I thought that this marriage had disregarded your wishes and was afraid that you would be wronged. Now, it seems that you are also willing to endure hardship. In short, Jining Wang is not in the Fu, so you can live comfortably by yourself and avoid any awkwardness." Among these people, the one who lived the most comfortably every day was actually Xia Jun. At that time, Xia Jun had lost the opportunity to become an official because of the incident at the ancestral hall. At that time, he had been very depressed for a period of time. Now, it seemed that it was just as so. Every day, he coldly watched the absurd chaos in the Xia Fu, as if he was an outsider. Lin Zixiang thought about it and sighed, "You don't even care about these things, why should I worry about them?" As the days passed, good news came from the people far away at the border. After the brocade guards led by Xiao Xiao arrived at Heiguan Cliff, they redeployed their troops and changed their battle formation to resist the siege of Tianjin. In war, the most important thing was to win in one go. Previously, Tianjin had pursued and attacked, but now that their reinforcements had arrived, they had suffered a great loss. For a while, they did not continue to attack and the two armies were in a stalemate. For the soldiers of the great Jin dynasty, this was a good opportunity to gain some time to rest and reorganize. It's just a matter of words, and it can't be put on the table. In the future, if there's a chance, you will naturally enjoy endless good wine, much better than this. Lin Zixiang's voice was very loud, and immediately, the surrounding people's gazes turned to look at her. The man was also startled by Lin Zixiang's sudden question. When he saw the gazes of the people around him, he immediately blushed and said, "Miss, you misunderstand, this humble one is only." Hearing this, Xia Jun drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Cousin, what good news do you have for me?" Unfortunately, although Xia Jiao's life was saved, she could no longer return to the days when she had an outstanding status in the Xia family. Wherever she went, she was a disgrace to the Xia family, and people would talk about the Xia family scandals. Xia Cheng confined her to her room and did not allow her to take a step out of the fu. Her reputation had already become like this, so naturally, no one was willing to marry her. Not only that, Shen Rou could not protect her, Xia Tianyi loathed her, and Xia Cheng and his wife became cold towards her. Xia Jiao's life in the fu was very difficult, and she did not even seem like a young miss. Because of this, she was reduced to the point of fighting over jewelry with a servant girl. Jiang Yuan looked at her indignant expression and smiled as she shook her head. "It's useless for you to be anxious now. It's better to wait and see. As for the rest, we are ordinary people, and we are just struggling to get by every day. Marrying is nothing more than submitting to reality. It's just that after marrying, it's not bad to try your best to live a better life." She smiled, "Just like you said, I'm living well. I'm even more at ease than in the minister's fu." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.